Good afternoon. Welcome to the Walls Foundation's Reuther-Pollack Labor History Symposium 4. It is our 4th annual symposium, and obviously we're doing it as a live stream because we wanted to keep the tradition going despite the circumstances. And as you can see, I'm wearing my official mask, which are available. If you'd like one, just send me a message. But I don't need to wear the mask because I'm at home, so I'm going to take it off now. Before we introduce our first guest, and we have 4 excellent presenters for you today, I want to dedicate the program to our friend Elaine Perkey, who sang for us last year, the night before the symposium. She was a powerful and beautiful voice for working people, and she passed away on September 2nd after a battle with COVID-19. She will be buried appropriately on Labor Day, on Monday. You can see her here with her husband, Bethel, who is a third generation coal miner. Elaine said that music is important to the labor movement because it says something that sends a message to people, to all people, and many people will listen to a message in a song when they won't listen to it in a speech. It brings people together, and I think she was right about that. And I want to play for you now, hopefully I can do it, a song that she sang for us last year called One More Day. So if you'll bear with me.
I'll do this one for you and then I'll let you go home. It's called One Day More. And that's the whole thing. If you get into a labor dispute and you know it's going to be fighting, you're going to be fighting for a while for what you want, what you need. And you go in there with the idea that you're not going to be there one day longer than the company is, you might as well turn around and go back home because they don't need you. They'll find somebody else that's more determined than you to actually stay there and work, because you have to know that you're going to be there one day longer. Longer was too hard for me to rhyme in a song, so I substituted more, one day more. That was a cheap shot, but I did it. One day more, one day more. People, let me tell you what we're fighting for. We're fighting for our freedom. Don't you understand? We don't need your pity, we just need your help and hand. Fight one day more, one day. If the company holds out 20 years, we can hold out one day more. One day more, one day more. If the company holds out 20 years, hold out one day more. We've got to change the way things are, make people understand how working classes being denied their rights in a free land. Our government lets criminals run free to steal again. And it takes the jobs of honest working women and men. Like one day more, one day more. If the company holds out 20 years, hold out one day more. One day more, one day more. If the company holds out 20 years, hold out one day more. One day more, one day more. People, let me tell you what we're fighting for. We're fighting for your future. Don't you understand? You won't need our pity, you just need our help and hand. Like one
Okay, so that was our friend Elaine, and the program today is dedicated to her memory. And now I'd like to introduce our first guest. Dr. Dan Graff has been the director of the Higgins Labor Program at Notre Dame University since 2014, dedicated to encouraging the Notre Dame community to realize the centrality of the labor question. He runs to all human endeavors, the importance of it. He writes and curates original online content. He's a history professor. He offers courses in U.S. labor and 19th century history, including labor in America since 1945. He earned his BA in history from the University of Illinois at Champaign, and his MA and PhD in U.S. history from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Here is Dan Graff.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. One of the few silver linings of this pandemic, there are very few, is the increasing number of opportunities to connect people across space, despite great physical distances. And I want to open by thanking Sean Duffy and the Walls Foundation for hosting this event and inviting me to participate in an important wheeling tradition, which is now going global, or at least to South Bend, Indiana, via the wonders of the internet. I wish Elaine Perky were around to sing my paper instead of having to deliver it to you in prose form, but my thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones and friends of Elaine Perky. I'm delighted to be with you today. I teach U.S. labor history at the University of Notre Dame, and each year my students express shock when they discover how central Walter Reuther was to 20th century American history, not just to organized labor, but also to the civil rights movement, the war on poverty, and the public's imagination on just what constituted a fair economy. It's an honor to share with you today some of my current research on Reuther and the United Auto Workers. At Notre Dame, I direct the interdisciplinary Higgins Labor Program, named for Catholic priest, labor economist, and National Medal of Freedom winner George Higgins, who worked closely with Reuther and other labor leaders and activists to promote justice at the U.S. workplace. At the Higgins Labor Program, we see as our core mission the responsibility to carry on the mantle of Monsignor Higgins and the Catholic social tradition, or CST as it's called, which promotes three core principles on labor. One, the dignity of work and all those who perform work. Two, the right of all to participate in the political and economic decisions that impact their lives. And three, support for labor unions and all worker organizations, whatever form they take. If Walter Reuther is the most important 20th century American that those born after 1960 have never heard of, CST, Catholic social tradition, is the best kept secret of the Catholic Church, even amongst Catholics. I hope that our work at the Higgins Program and this research I'll share with you today both help to counter those silences, past and present. The paper I'm about to deliver stems from a Higgins Labor Program initiative exploring the question of a just wage, a concept at the center of CST. What makes any given wage just or unjust? Gathering a diverse group of scholars and students, from economists to theologians, from law professors to historians, our group has come up with a just wage framework consisting of 7 interrelated criteria, rooted in CST principles, but applicable more broadly, that we think together compose a just wage. You can see the honeycomb of hexagons here on your screen, and I encourage you to visit our website to learn more about the just wage. There's even an online tool where you can assess the justness of any given wage scenario. It's a work in progress, delayed, like everything else, by the coronavirus, but it's live and usable right now. So please check it out and email me with your feedback. Of our 7 core criteria making up the just wage framework, the one that's generated the most interest, pro and con, is number 5. A just wage is not excessive. As you are all likely well aware, we live in an era, in particular in the USA, of increasing income and wealth inequality. where wages, when adjusted for inflation, have been flat for most workers for 4 decades, even as productivity has continued to increase. The result is that more of the nation's economic growth is translated into corporate profits rather than workers' wages, even as wages themselves skew upward into the top 5% and even top 1%. These are the facts on the ground, folks, and they should inform our policy debates about wages, taxes, and measures to channel more profits into wages and private gains into public goods. But Americans have long struggled with accepting excessiveness as a vice, and many prefer to see it as a virtue, to see the sky as the limit, seeing a lack of economic ceilings as the heart of what makes America unique. In presentations of our just wage framework, several people have suggested to me getting rid of the excessiveness criterion because they see it as either a political non-starter in a hyper-individualistic American culture or a personal affront to their opportunity to rise as an American, I guess to become the next Jeff Bezos. It is that discomfort that so many Americans have about confronting excessiveness and massive inequality that led me back to the past to explore how earlier Americans confronted such questions, which, it's clear, are only being exacerbated by the pandemic. So let's turn to a moment 60 years ago, one that seems both familiar and strange. To get there, first we'll start in the very recent past. In January of 2019, when newly elected Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or AOC for short, suggested in a 60 Minutes interview that top income earners should pay a higher marginal tax rate than the current 37%, the response by some of her colleagues, especially Republicans, bordered on incredulity. Veteran Louisiana Congressman and GOP Minority Whip Steve Scalise accused AOC of wanting to tax 70% of individuals' entire earnings, when in reality she proposed to tax at that rate only any income above $10 million, affecting a tiny percentage of Americans. Similarly, outgoing GOP Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker suggested that the Bronx Congresswoman was endorsing a flat tax on 70% of all income. AOC tweeted a reply to Scalise, "You're the GOP Minority Whip. How do you not know how marginal tax rates work?" Well, it's highly doubtful, of course, that her Republican opponents were unaware of the essentials of progressive taxation. Their aim was to delegitimize her agenda, what Scalise described as, quote, "take away 70% of your income and give it to leftist fantasy programs," unquote. More likely, the GOP leaders hope to play on the confusion of their constituents. What PBS economics correspondent Paul Solman calls, quote, "a misconception shared by many Americans, the difference between the top marginal rate and a person's total tax rate." Fellow journalist Jason Linkins echoed Solman, calling misinformation on marginal tax rates, quote, "an area where opportunistic deceivers have thrived at the expense of honest people." Confirming the reporter's assertions, surveys consistently show that while Americans overwhelmingly favor having the rich pay more in taxes than they do, they also remain largely uninformed and unaware of how tax policy actually works, leaving them prey for those who would exploit their ignorance. This particular brouhaha, in other words, was just one vivid example of a broader, increasingly frequent feature of contemporary American political debate. Willful attempts to misrepresent policies to promote fairness that draw on and exacerbate a widespread economic amnesia concerning the history of American efforts to curb excessiveness. Through much of the 20th century, Americans confronted massive private wealth and extreme income inequality through labor unions, anti-monopoly regulation, and progressive taxation. But for the past 4 decades, those efforts have largely been abandoned, now mostly forgotten. Ocasio-Cortez, for her part, revealed her familiarity with the policy and the history, telling a reporter, quote, "to look back at our tax rates in the 1960s. When you got to the tippy tops, you saw tax rates as high as 60 or 70%, unquote. If AOC had gone back a decade longer to the 1950s, the highest earning she'd been able to show the highest earning Americans paid over 90% on anything they made above 2.5 million in today's dollars. And this was during the two-term presidency of Republican Dwight Eisenhower. But in 2019, the idea of a progressive income tax, an uncontroversial and bipartisan democratic capitalist practice 6 decades ago, was attacked by prominent conservatives as not only wrong-headed, but downright un-American. The differences between that era and ours go beyond Twitter and tax rates, of course. A related gulf concerns the presence and power of the labor movement, which today is a shell of its former self, with unions representing only 1 in 10 American workers. Conversely, the Eisenhower represented the peak of trade union strength, as 1 in 3 eligible workers were covered by collective bargaining agreements. Moreover, unlike now, union leaders played significant roles in both policymaking and agenda setting, and their consistent appearances in newspaper articles, magazine profiles, and radio programs lent a highly visible legitimacy on a daily basis to working people as an important public interest group. A personification of organized labor's mid-century might was Walter Reuther, who as president of the UAW from 1946 to 1970 was the most visible, forceful, and imaginative American union leader of the post-war period. A pioneer in the industrial union upsurge that transformed American labor relations in the depths of the Great Depression and in World War II, Reuther led the UAW into the post-war promised land through a series of contracts carrying auto workers into the working middle class. By the 1950s, the UAW's collective bargaining agreements with the big 3 automakers, collectively celebrated ever since as the Treaty of Detroit, delivered not only higher pay, but innovations such as cost of living adjustments, company-provided healthcare and pensions, and supplemental unemployment benefits. In January of 1958, 6 decades before AOC appeared on 60 Minutes, Reuther himself was the featured guest on a forerunner to that long-running program, ABC's The Mike Wallace Interview. The topic was Reuther's proposed profit-sharing plan, which the UAW had just unveiled as they prepared to go into negotiations with the big 3. Calling attention to what he termed the auto industry's excess profits, Reuther demanded their conversion, not only into higher wages for workers, but lower prices for customers. The proposal earned widespread public attention throughout the first half of 1958, leading a leading business journal to predict that, quote, some of the fundamental issues it raises will be with the American people for a long time to come, unquote. Yet it is largely dropped from collective memory. Historians have devoted little attention to Reuther's profit-sharing plan, mostly because the UAW ended up scrapping the proposal in the faces of a severe economic recession. Ultimately, the 1958 contracts, signed later in the year in the midst of high unemployment, prolonged the Treaty of Detroit by preserving wage and benefit provisions that made auto work the gold standard of post-war working-class jobs, but they failed to address the excess profits issue raised so insistently by Reuther months before. For the purposes of this paper, however, I'm interested less in the failure of the proposal's adoption and more in how the plan, and importantly, the public attention devoted to it, reveal how Americans of an earlier era engaged fundamental questions of excessiveness and economic fairness. Beyond the reminder that our current debates over inequality are nothing new, an investigation into Reuther's long-forgotten 1958 proposal revealed 2 things. First, a continuity from then to now in the opposition of business elites, conservative politicians, and the mainstream media when confronted by claims to greater economic fairness. And 2, conversely, a clear disjuncture between that era and ours in terms of the representation of workers' interest in public debates. In short, an exploration of this lost moment in the history of American anti-excessiveness suggests the indispensability of independent working class organizations for those who hope to bend the US economy in a fairer, more equitable direction. On January 12th, 1958, reporter Damon Stetson teased readers of the New York Times with the hint that the UAW's collective bargaining proposals, scheduled for announcement the next day, were, quote, expected to surprise the auto industry and perhaps the country. Facing what Walter Reuther predicted would be, quote, amongst the toughest negotiations in the union's history, Stetson shared inside information that the union leader, quote, has been looking for a special bargaining program and a unique strategy with which to approach the spring negotiations with the auto industry. It now appears he has determined his course. But the exact program is a carefully guarded secret, the journalist wrote. Raising the stakes, he concluded that the UAW leadership was also finalizing plans for the establishment of a huge strike fund. It's hard to imagine the New York Times today devoting this much ink to a union's coming release of its bargaining strategy, in effect making an announcement of an impending announcement. But this was an era when even routine movements in the auto sector, including its workforce, beckoned widespread news coverage. As Benjamin Massey, industrial relations editor of America magazine, wrote at the same time, quote, ever since Henry Ford jumped the minimum wage of his employees to $5 a day back in 1914, the auto industry has been making labor relations news, and not all of it has been made by the employers. Analyzing the UAW's presence in the public sphere, Massey continued, quote, as becomes a union representing workers in a freewheeling, innovating industry, the UAW has over the years made its share of headlines too. In their own way, Reuther and his colleagues are scarcely less imaginative and enterprising than the men who put the nation on wheels and revolutionized the American way of life. In 1958, in other words, observers paid as much attention to wages and benefits as they did to tail fins and horse-collar grills, and news outlets devoted nearly as much coverage to Reuther and UAW members as they did car company leaders and spokespersons. Perhaps here, the UAW's suspense building was winkingly mimicking the auto corporation's annual attempts to generate press enthusiasm for the release of their new models. As labor analyst A.H. Raskin wrote, quote, the newest of new looks in the auto industry this year has been supplied by Reuther. None of the handsome 1958 models produced by the Big Three compares in originality with the collective bargaining program put forward by the president of the UAW. Throughout the 1950s, in short, Walter Reuther's UAW knew very well how to make news. Press coverage of the UAW's bargaining agenda in 1958 is a reminder of the success of the union's legendarily well-oiled public relations department, whose staff forcefully and skillfully promoted Reuther and his ideas to the public throughout the post-war years, much to the consternation of auto executives and the business class more broadly. Reuther consistently used the press to communicate to both auto executives and the broader public, providing reporters juicy and often combative quips, and here was no exception. Quote, we are going to be bargaining under circumstances in which the inflationary pressures are such that our enemies, both reactionary management and reactionary politicians, are going to try and create a kind of national hysteria, great fears and uncertainty about inflation, and they're going to try to pin the blame of that inflation on the shoulders of organized labor. The stage was just thus set for what the U.S. Chamber of Commerce at the time termed, quote, a public opinion maneuver in the best Reuther tradition, part of the union's longtime project to court public support at the bargaining table. Well, as promised, at a Detroit press conference the next day, on Monday, January 13th, Reuther and his lieutenants unveiled the 1958 UAW collective bargaining program. For the New York Times, this was the union's day. The newspaper ran Stetson's coverage of the press conference on the front page and offered substantial additional material throughout the front section. Reuther's letter to the UAW membership in its entirety, a table of numbers provided by the union on how the profit-sharing plan would work, and substantial rebuttals from representatives of the Big Three automakers. Stetson described the surprise of the program as what he called, quote, an unusual profit-sharing plan. And for the next several days, the Times and the American press more generally focused on the apparent novelty of the UAW's proposal and the negative reactions it garnered from auto executives and business executives more generally. The term unusual became a favorite adjective deployed by reporters in describing the plan, perhaps another indication of the UAW's press strategy, as it was Reuther himself at the January 13th press conference who characterized it as, quote, an unusual approach to collective bargaining justified by the unusual times. Well, whether the embrace of the term unusual reflected his actual thinking or was more in line with the Reuther tradition of generating and framing press attention, the novelty of the profit-sharing plan actually lay less in ideas or goals and more in the particular form. The UAW's profit-sharing plan proposed to take all before-tax annual profits above 10% of net capital, this was the excess profits decried by Reuther, and split them three ways, with 50% still being retained by the corporation, and the other half distributed as 25% to the workers as bonuses, and 25% to car buyers as rebates. As Reuther argued, by delaying redistribution of the profits until the end of the year, the plan rewarded collaboration by workers and managers without putting inflationary pressure on the price structure, something automakers were sure to denounce and pundits to predict if the union simply asked for a straight-up wage increase. In short, then, the plan would serve simultaneously two important functions. First, as a matter of justice, it would reward all stakeholders who contributed to the company's success, not just the executives. As Reuther said, quote, we say that workers, consumers, and stockholders should share in getting their equity out of the fruits of advancing technology. Second, as a matter of economics, such a scheme, in Reuther's words, would be, quote, the most effective way to expand purchasing power, because it would put more money into the pockets of ordinary auto workers and customers whose spending would then spur economic demand for more goods and services. Purchasing power was Reuther's longtime favorite phrase for promoting national economic growth and widespread prosperity, a sign that this unusual profit-sharing demand was really part of the Reuther tradition of arguing for the conversion of profits into higher wages without generating higher prices. Well, just a day after the special convention of UAW delegates adopted the profit-sharing proposal, Reuther appeared on the Mike Wallace interview, giving him the space to explain his ideas, as well as the vehicle to reach the American public directly via television. For 30 minutes, he sparred with the pugnacious newsman, who characterized the profit-sharing plan as most controversial, questioned it as an affront to, quote, supply and demand and private free enterprise, unquote, and mocked it, this is Wallace's words, quote, as a golden cornucopia for all workers and customers to share in. Wallace also warned that the plan had outraged, in his words, the big three, and was, quote, being attacked by big business as a giant step toward socialism. Now, Reuther, for his part, refused to play this game of red-baiting gotcha, remaining cool and confident in the face of the assault. Instead, he stressed the proposal's moderation and logic. Quote, I think this is perhaps the most pro-free enterprise demand we have ever made, because the only way you make free enterprise secure is to give every American a stake in the fruits of its technology. And what we're proposing here is not a new idea, nothing revolutionary about it. There are more than 20,000 companies in America that have profit-sharing plans. But, Wallace rebutted, other profit-sharing plans were, quote, granted freely by the company, not asked for by unions in contract negotiations. And there was the rub. The debate over Reuther's 1958 profit-sharing plan, in particular the sparring over the correct definition of free enterprise, exposed the connection between profits and power inherent in America's capitalist economy and its continual tension with a democratic polity. What the Detroit Free Press referred to as the UAW's profit split plan, in other words, was as much about power sharing as profit splitting. One of Reuther's long-standing charges against the big three was their oligopolistic power, as together the three controlled up to 90% of the US market for cars. Ever since the 1946 UAW strike against General Motors, when Reuther demanded that executives open the books to prove they were raking in excess profits, Reuther had accused the automakers and other giant firms of what he called rigging the economy. And he consistently warned Americans about, quote, powerful corporations who exercise monopoly control of basic industries and who can arbitrarily set aside the law of supply and demand and fix the price. The 1958 profit-sharing proposal, then, was one in a long line of attempts to produce what Reuther called, quote, a competitive price rather than a rigged administered price. Quote, the consumers of America and the wage earners have both been shortchanged, Reuther intoned, and the conversion of excess profits into wages and rebates was, quote, the only way we can get them their equity. Reuther's solution to the monopoly power of corporations, then, was to compel owners to negotiate with unions over the proper distribution of the profits. Further, by embedding consumer interests within the plan, collective bargaining by management and the union would promote the economic health of the nation at large. This was the essence of what Reuther called truly free enterprise. Now, it should be noted that the UAW's proposal to integrate consumer rebates into the proposal was not a formal demand, but a recommendation only. Because as Reuther lamented at the January 13th press conference, quote, the corporations have persistently insisted that prices are not subject to collective bargaining. Hence, despite the union's long attempt to interest and integrate consumers into collective bargaining, it was just a recommendation only because by law, the companies weren't required to negotiate. He tried to appeal to the common good, a commitment by all sides. Quote, we share the belief that free collective bargaining in a free society can make its maximum constructive contribution only if labor and management accept their joint responsibilities and cooperate in an effort to raise collective bargaining above the level of a struggle between competing economic pressure groups. In the knowledge that while we each have a responsibility to our separate groups, together we have a joint responsibility to the whole of our society. In his opening address to the UAW Special Convention on the 22nd of January, Reuther claimed to be speaking not only to the delegates and the unionists they represented, but also more broadly, quote, to the people of our great countries, and he meant Canada and the US, a recognition that public attention the union had welcomed and indeed courted over the past weeks. But in a show of distrust of the media, Reuther asked those gathered, quote, for your undivided attention, so that the editorial writers will have a little more difficult time distorting our purposes. And he castigated in particular the Detroit newspapers, demanding that they, quote, permit our union to state its case and give us equal space in their pages, setting forth our arguments. In terms of the press coverage of the UAW's unusual profit-sharing proposal, though, perhaps Reuther was protesting too much. As the U.S. Chamber of Commerce wryly understated a few months later, quote, Reuther is very alert to the importance of a favorable position with public opinion. And like a basketball coach skilled at working the refs, Reuther was, as usual, hoping to shape the press narrative on the coming bargaining negotiations. An analysis of the public debate surrounding the profit-sharing proposal suggests that his strategy was at least partially successful, revealing a much more nuanced public discussion than the fight with Mike Wallace portended. Unsurprisingly, of course, the initial reaction from the auto execs was hostile. As one reporter summarized, quote, the big three in autos reacted immediately and sharply to the UAW program. They agreed it was terrible. GM President Harlow Curtis called the profit-sharing plan, quote, a radical scheme, foreign to the concepts of the American enterprise system. Similarly, Ernest Breach, chair of the Ford Motor Company, described it as a, quote, complicated kill-the-profits plan that, in our opinion, strikes at the very roots of the economic system that has made America strong, unquote. Chrysler's president, L.L. Colbert, echoed these sentiments, adding, quote, Reuther appears to insist that part of management's job be turned over to him. Contributing to the Big Three's denunciations was American Motors Corporation President George Romney, who, in the words of one reporter, quote, called the Reuther bargaining program a threat to the nation's economic vigor. Piling on from outside the auto sector, Roger Blau, chairman of the board of U.S. Steel, predicted that the UAW's plan, if adopted, quote, would share the life right out of the employer's profits to the fellow who was supposed to be providing the jobs. To be sure, such a negative response to this form of profit sharing was expected, but the strong tone seemed to surprise some contemporary analysts. Some writers for the Journal of Business, for example, wrote, quote, some of the reactions to Reuther's injection of profit sharing into collective bargaining bordered on the violent. In reality, though, the overheated rhetoric and alarmist-sounding responses represented less a shock and more an astute strategy to delegitimize Reuther's position in the press. Because the auto sector was typically something of a pattern setter for other industries, there was a great fear that any adoption of a new program in auto would likely produce significant spillover effects across the national economic landscape. So many business leaders feared that this was an opening wedge to the next stage of collective bargaining, and they engaged in a very aggressive counter-response to Reuther's attempt to shape the press narrative. Meanwhile, Reuther's retort to the big three in a letter sent to GM's Curtis, while copying Ford, Chrysler, and of course the press, accused the executives of what Reuther called, quote, mental and moral gymnastics, trying to defend the profit sharing for executives while opposing it for workers and consumers. In a strategic statement invoking what he called a class-based double standard, Reuther asked why GM's president deemed it, quote, economically unsound for a $2.50 an hour General Motors worker to share in part along with consumers in excess profits, while at the same time, it is economically sound and morally right for you to have your $200,000 salary supplemented by a bonus of $570,000 out of your excess profits. Reuther accused the auto companies of what he called, quote, a willful attempt to distort the union's proposal. But the public debate that some observers characterized as violent, extreme, and laden with attacks was really more rhetorical than physical. Though one analyst claimed to have, quote, learned from experience that family squabbles in the auto industry are no place for outsiders, the budding conflict suggested none of the actual bodily and property damage inflicted in earlier examples of the industry's labor conflicts, like the Flint sit-down strike or the Battle of the Overpass in the 1930s. What business leaders attempted to do here was dismiss outright the union's profit-sharing ideas in order to stifle discussion of their merits. GM's Curtis, for example, called them, quote, wholly unrealistic recommendations, while Ford's Breach added, quote, at this or any other time. Surely, they and their allies in the press argued, this was nothing more than a, quote, public relations job or a publicity stunt, as Curtis called it, an attempt to distract the public and the press from the union's real goal of simply winning higher pay. The sheer amount of attention the executives and their followers gave to the proposal, though, suggests the seriousness with which they took it, or feared the public would take it. As one industry analyst deadpanned, quote, if this is only public relations, as has been charged, it is excellent public relations. At times, recognitions of the union's seriousness came in backhanded compliments by executives who tried to flip the script on how the UAW characterized the big three as an unjust oligopoly. They often accused the union of wielding monopoly power because the union had what they called a monopoly in all the workers' interests that the companies were obligated to negotiate with. More public evidence that business leaders took the UAW's proposal seriously came from several sources. The Wall Street Journal's sober coverage, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's detailed critique, and privately, General Motors, who prepared a lengthy report that I found in the UAW archives, somehow the union got a hold of it, called The Chronology of UAW Public Relations Activities, 1940 to 1958, that worried about how successful Reuther was at convincing the public and tried to anticipate moves he might make in the future. The seriousness with which business leaders took the profit-sharing proposal was also rooted in the wider political context within which it appeared. The severe economic recession, on the one hand, seemed to put automakers in the catbird seat as they headed into bargaining. But they feared the UAW president's call to convert excess profits into the people's purchasing power would resonate with a wider public weary of economic troubles. Moreover, over the past 15 years, Reuther had earned a reputation as a highly skilled and wily negotiator who always seemed to introduce and win some versions of novel demands in each contract cycle, innovations that were initially resisted by management, only to be adopted and then later embraced as employer innovations. As labor analyst A.H. Raskin put it, quote, "The automakers have led the way in annual wage rises geared to increasing productivity, long-term peace agreements, employer finance security payments, and many other provisions. What would stop them this time?" So, despite the very real recessionary pressures and antagonism of the business forces, countervailing voices and attitudes pushed back, making space in the political imagination and discourse for a union-sponsored profit-sharing plan to address excess profits. Certainly, a major voice responsible for the sense of possibility and progress that many Americans felt in the 1950s was Reuther's UAW, an entity with few peers in setting the pace for establishing new middle-class standards for what defined decent work. And Reuther himself seemed to relish the fight, with resistors consistently appearing in the press to fight over the terms with the big three. As already indicated by the Mike Wallace interview, it's not that the nation's mainstream news outlets endorsed Reuther and the UAW's prescription for the auto industry. Despite a lot of comprehensive coverage and sometimes sympathetic coverage in the news sections, the newspapers overall, though, trashed the UAW's proposal in their editorials. The New York Times called the idea bizarre propagandistic fantasies and lectured the union to simply bargain over wages and benefits. The Wall Street Journal's editorial page did similarly, denouncing the Reuther propaganda machine and telling Reuther to focus on bargaining in traditional manners. Meanwhile, the notoriously reliable anti-union Chicago Tribune combined inconsistent coverage in the news section with predictable hostility on its editorial page and in editorial cartoons like those that you see, or this one that you see here. In January 1958, Reuther had argued that the UAW's profit-sharing proposal, quote, represents an economically sound, morally right, and socially responsible approach to collective bargaining. Over the next several weeks, though, it became clear that few of the nation's business and general interest news periodicals agreed with those sentiments. And in the end, of course, as I already revealed, the union didn't win the profit-sharing proposal in 1958. While the loudest voices in the public conversation, the press and the business class, opposed the profit-sharing plan, though, it's important to recognize the fact that they covered it and they felt obligated to react to it. And this wasn't the only time. Throughout the long post-war boom and its hiccups, the UAW ceaselessly churned out new ideas for Reuther to articulate, always giving the press something to cover and consistently making executives defend the economic status quo. Such efforts gave visibility to both interests of working people and the role unions could play in shaping the national economic agenda. As the press reprinted, reported on, argued with, and criticized the UAW leaders' speeches and press conferences and convention addresses and congressional testimony, the realm of the economic and politically possible sometimes widened, and at least it remained open. In other words, by showcasing a leader who gave assertive voice to workers' concerns on the shop floor, at the bargaining table, and in policymaking venues, news coverage, even when it was unfriendly, made very visible working-class values of decent work, solidarity, and economic fairness. When radio listeners or television viewers or newspaper readers witnessed the very public collective bargaining engaged in by Reuther and the UAW, they also vividly experienced, and sometimes no doubt participated in, fundamental debates over not just the proper ways to split profits, but also the right ways to share power in a capitalistic economy. Americans today might deem it audacious for a labor union to purport to play such a prominent role in a private company's decision-making processes, and to claim that the destination of profits should be deliberated democratically and awarded collectively. Similarly, they might find it audacious to envision labor unions as vehicles to curb excessive profits. But audacity is a reflection of familiarity, just as imagination is bounded by awareness of the possible. Thus, 90% top marginal tax rates weren't considered audacious in 1958, even though they were contested by many. And unions, too, were an ensconced part of the political and economic landscape in 1958, though they were debated vigorously by the more powerful, too. Collaboratively, in this era, unions and government policies worked in tandem to redistribute some profits as wages. And this is something that today's government advocates of attacking excess profits and income inequality need to bear in mind. Passing pro-worker policies at the legislative level will likely depend on strong and independent pro-worker organizations like unions to provide not just votes, but also voices to expand our currently constricted political imaginations. 6 decades before AOC was sworn in as the youngest woman ever elected to Congress, also in January and also at the US Capitol, UAW President Walter Reuther was sworn in as the first witness in the Senate Judiciary Committee's antitrust investigation of automobile pricing. As the New York Times reported with seemingly grudging admiration, quote, Mr. Reuther arrived at the packed hearing room with a 110-page prepared statement, a 17-page supplement, 29 tables, and 7 pages of corrections for the prepared material, but he testified from handwritten notes. He talked about the auto industry, the economy in general, the Cold War, aid to India, farmers, and education. Reuther's bravura 2-day performance, as well as the data, the analysis, and the reports undergirding it, these were the fruits of research and creativity made possible by the dues of 1.3 million members of the UAW. It remains an open question how working people and their advocates today might mobilize their collective resources and imaginations and play a role in shaping public discourse and policy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Here's a question that we had while you were speaking. Let me see if I can put it up here. Before I take your PowerPoint down. Dan, can you hear me?
Oh, I can, yeah, sorry.
Okay. Can you put up the link for the...
Oh, I see. Sure. Let's see. Let me go back to boom, 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 boom. My technologically challenged self. There it is. That gets you to the Just Wage tool. And then you can get to different pages of the Just Wage initiative from that. It's a little bit clunky right now. Like I said, it's a work in progress, but you can at least get the idea.
There you go, George. George is a UAW member, by the way.
Wonderful.
I'm going to take this down so we can talk just a second. And first, I want to show, full disclosure, my mask that I'm wearing now in honor of Mother Jones, who you can see behind me along with Walter Reuther. And so that's part of my question. You and I talked briefly beforehand about, I said they would be appalled at the state of things. And what happened? How did we lose this propaganda war? And I say we, I mean people who I'm assuming were both pro-union. How did we get to this state where people are voting against their interests? And yeah, I'll stop there.
Big question, complicated, debatable. But my short answer would be it's a real mistake to think of how the economy has changed or evolved or the decline of unions as inevitable or somehow natural. Yes, the economy has evolved from more of a manufacturing-centered to a more service-sectored base. Yes, we have more global competition than we did a half a century ago. But really, it was the decision-making of financial elites and policy elites who decided that to sort of decouple productivity from prosperity, and initiated policies like lowering taxes on the wealthy and corporations, making it harder for working people to form unions and keep them up. So that, to me, the answer is largely policy decisions that have favored this transition to a very different kind of economy where you don't center it on whether the least among you or working people are making a decent living. You center it not on high wages, but on low prices. And we see all the consequences of that now. So it's true that the US economy faced a crisis in the 1970s, a crisis of that post-war order that Reuther best represented. And, he had unfortunately passed away in a plane crash in 1970, fittingly, some ways historically, that he was no longer there, right, for this new era. So that tells a neat historical narrative. But the idea is that American decision makers made choices that in this economic crisis not to figure out ways to keep an inclusive economy moving forward in a globally competitive environment, but instead, unlike a place like Germany, to sort of throw away the social contract and get rid of the institutions, government, in a sense, activist government, and unions in particular, that tempered the extremes of American capitalism. And now we don't have the strength of those institutions to do that.
Yeah.
Well, it's a way complicated question that we could debate. I wish we were together and we could do it over beers and wine and other things all day today.
Yeah. I mean, this is a country that, we had the New Deal. We had signed on to the Declaration of Human Rights after World War II. We had this notion of fairness and empathy. All those seem to have faded in the current climate. Could Walter Reuther even function today, do you think?
I think he'd be fighting. I think he and Mother Jones would be fighting, but I think he would be somewhat shocked that he was an optimistic guy. He believed in technological progress. He was an embracer of innovation. So he was not this notion of a labor leader as trying to be defensive and retrenched and only fight to keep what current members are getting. Right? He was interested in the long-term health of capitalism, but a capitalism that kept workers' interests at the center. So I think that that Reuther would be out there arguing for the third way between God. What he was an anti-communist. We have to say that, but he was also an sort of unadulterated capitalist, and he believed that strong independent unions in a capitalist economy is what were necessary to keep capitalists honest and capitalism secure. And so I think that Reuther would be out there with somebody like AOC trying to collaborate and figure out new ways forward. He would be very sympathetic to somebody like Senator Elizabeth Warren and parts of Senator Sanders' agendas. But I think he would be shocked at the decline of unions. So when he died, he didn't see that was coming. He'd fought a lot with other labor leaders like George Meany, who didn't have as expansive visions of him. And I think he would have been fighting really hard. Like, Reuther was a man of his time. He was a supporter of the civil rights movement, but at the same time, he was being pushed on making the UAW a friendlier union to women as wage earners and people of color. But he would have been in the mix fighting for that. He might, he was someone who definitely saw that an interracial democracy was central to the future of the labor movement and the future of the nation. And he would be out there. I think he would be supporting Black Lives Matter, for example, right now.
Yeah. Okay, Dan, I think I see Mike. Well, I'm going to do his introduction and hopefully I want to thank you for an excellent program, and I'm going to give people just a second to see if there are any additional questions.
I also want to let people know they should feel free to email me. Maybe I'll put that on the screen.
Okay. Let me put it back up.
People should feel free to email me if they want to raise a question or engage in a dialogue. Certainly if there's UAW members and the like you said, George, they might have some very firm ideas about Reuther and the UAW and what's going on with it now, which in some ways is really tragic. But I'm certainly open to criticism too, and like to learn. I just learned from a student of mine at Notre Dame this week. The UAW Local 5 and 9 were established in South Bend, the Studebaker plant and the Bendix plant. So the UAW began as much in South Bend as it did in Detroit or Flint. And Reuther, made several visits to South Bend, and they had an annual convention. At least one national convention was here. This student of mine told me that her great-grandmother housed Walter Reuther on a visit to South Bend. I don't know what year. I have to follow up with her, but her family worked in the auto industry, and that's a fascinating story. So any tidbits people have too. Very much interested in learning as well as sharing what I've learned.
Well, there you go. Again, thank you, Dan.
Thank you. My pleasure. I'm looking forward to Mike Stout's talk and the tour and others too.
There's another thank you. And here is a question from an audience member.
So can you explain how the media at the time were both supporting and yet critical? So, basically I'm talking about coverage in the news was omnipresent. It's everywhere. Walter Reuther's a household name in 1958. Anything the union's doing gets covered. So in the news section, a newsreader can sort of learn about from the TV news, the radio news, or the reporting what's happening. So they're generally relatively neutral on reporting that this is happening. It's in the editorial pages where they're denouncing it. So it's hard to understand the difference. There was a labor beat in most newspapers and in a lot of magazines in the 1950s. I mean, they hired people who devoted their full-time reporting efforts to covering the labor movement. And so it was just more widely covered and seen as normal and not something exceptional. Today in the media, with the internet, you can go outside of mainstream news outlets and see a lot of news about labor agitation, the fight for 15, all sorts of stuff like that. But in terms of mainstream news coverage on the nightly news and that, it's pretty eliminated. I mean, how many people know the president of the United Auto Workers or the president of the AFL-CIO today? If you ask people on the street in 1958, they would all know the answer to that question for the most part. So it's not that the news editorialists were sympathetic. It's that they were covering it in their news pages and in their reporting so that the public could at least know and draw their own conclusions. I hope that helps clarify the distinction I was making between the editorialists and their opinions, which reflect the owners of the media, and then the reporting, which was like, this is news, we've got to cover it, and it matters to lots of people.
Okay, very good. We are up against the noon hour, and so Mike Stout is next, and I'm going to do that. And thank you again, Dan.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much and look forward to seeing you in person at a future symposium, maybe.
Same here.
Yeah, wonderful.
Okay. Have a nice weekend. Okay. I'll introduce our next guest, and hopefully he hears me, and he'll be in his chair by the time I'm finished. Mike Stout. He is known as the world's grievance man, and he is the real deal. Mike is an internationally known, socially conscious singer-songwriter and in-your-face, take-charge social activist. Taking his music to the picket lines and protest rallies, Mike leads crusades against economic and environmental injustice, calling people to action. Like his musical heroes Woody Guthrie and Pete Seeger, his songs urge people to unite in solidarity to fight for a better life. For more than 3 decades, Mike has been writing, recording, and performing songs that tell the stories of the working class heroes of U.S. labor history and their struggles for peace, social justice, and a decent standard of living. Mike was a blue-collar steel worker, a real steeler, and a union leader, spanning the famous Homestead steel strike of 1892, through the century-long fight for a union and union democracy. Mike's book, Homestead Steel Mill, The Final 10 Years, is a case history on the vitality of organized labor. It's an insider's portrait of the union at the Homestead Works, specifically the workers, activists, and insurgents that made up the radically democratic rank-and-file caucus from 1977 to 1987. So, Mike, are you there? Mike Stout. All right, folks, I'm going to give Mike a call. Oh, there he is. Can you hear me, Mike? Let's take a break, and I'm going to give Mike a call, and we'll get going here. Hi, Mike. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You're on.
Okay.
Go ahead with your program. You're on the air.
Okay. Do you want me to introduce myself or what?
I already introduced you.
Okay, go ahead. My name Mike Stout from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I just released a book called Homestead: The Final 10 Years, the struggle, USWA Local 1397, and the struggle for union democracy. And the book, in my opinion, for anybody in the Appalachian tri-state region, is a must-read for a number of reasons. For one thing, the period that it talks about, which was from 1976 through 1987, there's literally been not one single book written about this period and this struggle and the collapse of the steel industry from the inside. There's been a lot of books and a lot of articles and a lot of newscasts from different authors and different people who came in from out of town, would select one or two people, maybe five, and interview them and put a book out about the period. But there was never an account from the inside. The only other book that even touched on this period in the Monongahela Valley, where Homestead is in the city of Pittsburgh, was Bill Sarin's Homestead, Glory and Tragedy of a Steel Town. But that book, which is an excellent history of Homestead Town and the Homestead Mill, did not really deal with the last 10 years. And the 10 years were something that I've never read about, never experienced before for a number of reasons. And Bill Sarin's book focused on our local union president, Ron Wiesen, who was by far the most notable, well-known steelworker union radical, probably one of the most radical steelworker unions, radicals in history, in the whole history of the Steelworkers Union. But he, by and far, was not the movement. And he was the heart and soul of the movement. But the movement involved literally dozens and dozens, if not several hundred steelworkers who joined together in a caucus to form the rank and file caucus. In 1976, a number of things were taking place. The Sadlowski campaign ran against the incumbent selected by the establishment down at the International Union, Lloyd McBride, who was running for president. I.W. Abel was retiring. And the Ed Sadlowski, who was from District 31, ran a campaign which was basically a rank and file campaign. And he basically had a platform of running on union democracy and turning the union upside down, involving the rank and file, involving a lot of issues that steelworkers did not have in terms of the democratic process. For instance, we didn't have any right to vote on our contracts back in 1976. The contracts were voted on by local union presidents. And we had a grievance procedure, which was a cumbersome 5-step grievance procedure created back in the 1940s, literally in early 1950s, which was 5 steps. It was time consuming. It took grievances, sometimes like anywhere from a half a year to 7 years to get a case through all 5 steps into court to arbitration. And the grievance procedure was a relic of the past. And essentially, the union officers at Homestead that at the time had become complacent, were refusing to file grievances, and the management at Homestead operated like feudal fiefdom. They literally, like, they had lords and barons and kings and princes, except they called them superintendents, general foremen, and assistant general foreman, etc. And so we formed a local union, a caucus in 1976. A woman who was the first craftswoman in the Steelworkers Union in the Monongahela Valley, Michelle McMills. She was only 24 years old, joined together with two stalwarts, union militants, Ron Wiesen, who is there on my very left next to me, holding up the sign. That's Ron Wiesen. And then another union organizer and activist named John Ingersoll, who had transferred over from the National Works over at McKeesport. The three of them ran a slate and went to the 1976 convention and hooked up with the Sadlowski campaign and the Sadlowski supporters from around the country, and came back to Homestead invigorated and set up a headquarters to support Ed Sadlowski for president. The election was held in February 1977, and Sadlowski lost the race by roughly 100,000 votes, which in steelworkers terms, which had millions of members back then, wasn't that much. But the notable thing about it was Sadlowski won almost all of the basic steel locals, including Homestead. He won Homestead by a sizable margin. But the steel workers industry is made up of big, giant steel mills at the time, but also literally hundreds of little steel facilities, and also extended into Canada. And what the international, the setup at the time in the union was staff men who were appointed by the international union pretty much control the votes of all the small locals. The picture you're seeing now is the 160-inch plate mill on the 4 to 12 turn where I worked most of the time that I worked at the Homestead Steel Mill. And so what happened when Ron Wiesen and Michelle McMills and John Ingersoll came back, they decided to take up where Sadlowski left off and form a rank and file caucus inside the Homestead Works. Michelle, who came into a rough and tumble steelman's world, very, very few women worked in the steel mill in 1976. When Michelle got hired in 1973, there was virtually no women. When Michelle came in a year later, the consent decree was filed and agreed to by the union and the company when the federal government, on behalf of black steelworkers from the Fairfield Works in Alabama and Homestead, filed a class action lawsuit on behalf of African Americans, minorities, and women who lacked any promotional rights or any rights whatsoever, especially hiring rights into the mill. So when the consent decree was settled in April 1974, it opened the door for minorities and women to come into the mill. And Michelle literally came in a year before that, and there wasn't even 5 women that worked in the mill. Homestead was notoriously known not only as one of the biggest and best well-known steel mills in the country, but because of the strike in 1892, had a reputation that was one of the few and probably the only steel mills that made the history books because of the 1892 strike. And so when Michelle came in the period between 1976 and 1978, was the last hurrah for the Homestead Mill in the Mon Valley, and more than 1,000 steelworkers were hired into Homestead. Half of them were women and minorities, which had to be in accordance with the consent decree. The rest, the white younger workers, were people like myself, who was hired in 1977, and a lot of us came out of the youth and cultural movements. There was a lot of Vietnam veterans that came into the mill at that time. And in general, the young people that came in and the women that came in were not we were not captured of complacency, and we were not people who were used to being told what to do under some feudal system that had been in existence since probably around 1959 inside the Union. So what happened is when I found out that the rank and file caucus existed that year in 1977, the company decided to take back some $300,000. And what they said was they overpaid their central maintenance department. And what happened was the local union refused to fight the case. The rank and file took over, fought the case, and took it to court and won the case. And at that time, the rank and file movement was centered in the central maintenance department. And for those of you that are completely unfamiliar out there, the Homestead Steel Mill was gigantic. It was 4 miles long. It was over 300 acres, and it literally had 4 entrances, and it was like 4 or 5 steel mills all in one. We had a slab and plate division with 2 rolling plate mills and a slab mill. We had a forge division, which made heavy equipment, including equipment and machinery for the nuclear industry. We had 2 structural mills, which made steel for probably every major bridge and every major building in the United States, from the Empire State Building and the Alcoa Building in New York, from the Verrazano Bridge and George Washington Bridge in New York to the Golden Gate Bridge in California. You can't hardly find a building of any age in the United States that the steel wasn't made at Homestead. In addition to that, during World War II, the U.S. Steel took over the Homestead Mill and under eminent domain and declared it the National Defense Corporation. And Homestead produced 2/3 of the steel for the Western European war front during World War II. In addition to that, you had more steelworkers from Allegheny County who entered the war subsequent to World War II, especially the Korean War and the Vietnam War. More came out of Allegheny County than any county in the United States. So Homestead was not only one of the oldest mills and one of the most militant mills, but it was also tied very tightly to government contracts. We produced armor plate for the Air Force, Army, and Navy. We produced nuclear material and equipment, and we had abundance of government contracts. So it's important to keep that in mind when I talk about how militant the union workforce was, because you had a situation where you had a workforce that was socially conservative, was socially pro-war, was socially pro-government, but also the workforce was one of the most militant workforces I've ever read about and certainly ever experienced in my life. By 1977, with the win, the incentive grievance win, the rank and file movement grew to close to 1,000 members. It began in 1976 to put a newspaper out. The newspaper, which was called the 1397 Rank and File, was a newspaper that I can guarantee you no reader out there has ever seen in their lives. It was the most democratic expression that I've ever run across or ever read across, and it was the brainchild of Michelle McMills. And what she must have thought at the time was, I have a steel mill that's 4 miles long, 300 acres, 4 different entrances. You could have people going in one end of the mill who probably never ran into or knew people going in other entrances their whole life. They could be in there 30 years. She surmised that the only way I could get these members to know each other and meet each other and get together was learn about each other was with the Rank and File newspaper. So what happened was she started the 1397 Rank and File. The first issue, the first 2 issues had 1,500 copies printed. By the time of the Central Maintenance victory, and by the time of roughly around 1977, 1978 rolled around, the newspaper was printing 6,000 issues, 6,000 issues that went out to every steel worker in the mill. And what was unique about the newspaper was it was democratic in every sense of the word, meaning that every single member, steelworker that worked at Homestead, could put something in the newspaper, could put editorials, could put whatever their view was, and whatever they felt about foreman, whatever they felt about the company, and whatever they felt about politics. We had a section that Ron Wiesen and Michelle McMill started. It was called the Plant Plague. And the Plant Plague allowed any member to say whatever they wanted about working conditions, safety and health, and about any foreman. We had 4 cartoonists, and the cartoonists would draw National Lampoon, Mad Magazine-like cartoons and caricatures of bosses, of foremen, of whatever situations we wanted them to draw about. The newspaper also opened up to poets, to songwriters such as myself, and in fact became a forum and a voice that spoke for the entire membership. So immediately, the rank and file newspaper became the voice and became the expression of the rank and file caucus. By 1978 and the Constitutional Convention elections, the International Steelworkers held, our caucus ran 11 delegates and won every single seat. And the writing was on the wall. By the 1979 elections in April, we took over the local union. When we took over the local union, we completely democratized it, revamped it. The grievance procedure was completely overhauled. I became an assistant grievance man, an appointed assistant grievance man in 1979. And John O'Toole, who became a zone grievance man for central maintenance, he basically, we told the International Union, step aside, we'll start handling our own cases in arbitration, and every step from first step up to arbitration. So we completely overhauled the grievance procedure and instituted some rules and regulations that allowed not only the membership to file grievances, but to be part of the grievance procedure itself. And we put the word out that people that filed grievances were allowed to be at every step of the grievance procedure, including going all the way up to court. We started a women's committee. We started a very active community service committee. We had a civil rights committee that was second to none. We had a sports, our sports committee expanded to include softball, bowling, you name it. We opened up the local union hall to the membership and became a democratic union. We also had a section in our newspaper that was called the Union Plague. And the Union Plague was any member was allowed to say in the newspaper if they were not getting represented by the union, or if their grievance man or person was not representing them, or if they had something to say about the international union policies concerning, for instance, our right not to be able to ratify or vote on our own contracts. So we had a union plague. Well, that didn't sit well with the international union. So we became a thorn in their side, and they targeted us and basically spent the entire period from 1979 through 1986 trying to get rid of our caucus, and were unsuccessful at every turn. So what this book is the story of a democratic run local union that operated from the bottom up, not the top down, and allowed every member to participate if they so wished. And it was a story I think that needs to be told in light of what we're experiencing today with unions and the diminishing power that they have. Because not only did 1397 Rank and File Caucus expand democracy inside the steel mill and fight the company, but we also coalesced and had what we called an inside-outside strategy. And we always coalesced and took up struggles outside the steel mill that we felt impacted the steel workers inside the union. For instance, when the Youngstown steel mills were shut down beginning in 1977 through the period of 1979, Youngstown steelworkers, dozens of us went to Youngstown and supported that struggle. When we went to Youngstown and supported that struggle, we realized that the winds, the shutdown winds, the globalization winds that were beginning in Youngstown were heading in our direction. So there was a coalition that formed in Youngstown when the shutdown started. It was called the Tri-State Conference on the Impact of Steel. And it was a coalition of citizens, community organizations, churches, and the local unions. And this coalition was very powerful. They had demonstrations in downtown Youngstown every single week. They took U.S. Steel to court. They actually formulated a program to buy the mill from the company. And they even recruited the general foreman of the Ohio McDonald Works to put together a plan to save the steel mill. And the mill would be run under employee ownership. So what they did was they applied for a federal grant because in order to the mill to be competitive, they needed to get new equipment. They needed a continuous caster. They needed a basic oxygen furnace. They needed roughly around $100 to $120 million worth of new equipment. They applied for a low interest loan through the Carter administration at the time in 1979, and Carter publicly promised the steelworkers that he would come through with a loan. 1980 rolls around. Carter reneged on his loan. At the same time, Stout and Lynn, a labor lawyer from Youngstown who had moved there in 1976, filed a lawsuit on behalf of the workers and took U.S. Steel to court and forced David Roderick to come and get deposed. And basically, Roderick came and he said, I don't care about your employee attempts to buy the mill. He says, there will be nobody running this steel mill. It's going to shut down. And that's exactly what he did. And the judge ruled in their favor. Carter reneged on his $100 million loan, and the steel struggle in Youngstown was crushed. The net result of that was that when the elections rolled around in 1980, and the clown in chief Ronald Reagan ran for president, steelworkers in droves in 1980 did exactly what they did in 2016 in retaliation to Carter reneging on his loan. Steelworkers in Youngstown and steelworkers in the Mon Valley who saw what happened voted for Ronald Reagan, despite many of us trying to persuade them not to. It was a reaction that they had, and it was the same reaction that steelworkers had in 2016 when they felt that Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party had abandoned the working class and voted for Donald Trump, who, of course, falsely was promising them he was going to open up steel mills, et cetera, which we all know was total bullshit. Those of us that came back from the Youngstown struggle in Homestead realized the shutdown winds were heading our direction. So we got together in December 1979. I hooked up with a union switch and signal steward named Charles McAllister, who I had met and run with in the Youngstown struggles. And we decided we better form a tri-state conference on steel in the Monongahela Valley. And that's exactly what we did beginning in during 1980. Both Charlie and I got laid off from the steel mills. U.S. Steel put the word out that they were never going to let me back in the door because I was filing too many grievances as an assistant grievance man. So during the course of our layoffs during 1980, we contacted a radical pro-union priest named Monsignor Charles Owen Rice and asked him to put us in touch with other radical priests that he knew, which he was part of an organization called the Association of Pittsburgh Priests. So he put us in touch with Father Rich Zellick and Father Gary Dorsey and a number of other priests. And we also went to contact a number of community activists, and we also contacted steelworkers from other steel mills in the valley. And in December 1980, we formed the Tri-State Conference on Steel. The push to do that was the shutdown of the plate mill in Hazelwood, which was an LTV facility, just like the mills that was shut down in Youngstown. So when that mill was shut down, Tri-State called a meeting in December 1980 at St. Stephen's Church in Hazelwood. Roughly 300 people showed up. And we not only formed the Tri-State Conference on Steel, but we also, at that point, for the first time, put out the idea that we could form our own public authority, that we had the legal right under state law to form our own industrial authority and use eminent domain, which up to that time, eminent domain had been used against everybody in the lower classes, whether you were workers, whether you were African Americans, whether you were indigenous people kicked off your land so railroads could go through, or whether you were a steel company that felt like expanding, and they went in and they would use eminent domain and say this is for the public good. They would wipe out entire neighborhoods and expand steel mills, and in some cases leave them blank. So what we did was we turned the law around. We turned the guns around. We said, well, why can't workers use eminent domain and tell the company, hey, here, we're paying you your fair market value. Get the hell out of here. We'll run the steel mill ourselves. We had a law called the Municipal Authorities Act that was passed in 1945, which was used by the corporate power structure to clear downtown Pittsburgh out of all the small businesses and houses and build the gateway centers that are still there today. So we looked at this law and realized we had the right to form an industrial authority. So Tri-State in 1980 began to advocate the formation of a Steel Valley Authority. In 1979, at the same time Youngstown was shut down, 15,400 steel workers lost their jobs, and the wave of shutdowns began. That was ongoing and relentless all the way through 1986 and 1987 in the Mon Valley. And what U.S. Steel learned from the shutdown of Youngstown, because what happened in January 1980, not only were there demonstrations in the streets almost weekly, but steelworkers actually, we went downtown to the U.S. Steel building at 600 Grant Street on November 30th, 1979. 400 Youngstown steelworkers were bussed in, and 200 steelworkers from the Mon Valley met, and we met in front of the U.S. Steel building. And local 1462 president Ed Mann, who is one of my all-time heroes from the Briar Hill Works, and a longtime socialist and a radical unionist, got on a megaphone outside. We had set up a picket line with 600 people, and he said, screw this, it's cold out here, let's go inside. So he went inside, and 600 steelworkers followed him, and we took over the first floor of the U.S. Steel building. Two of us, including Eric Stovall from Duquesne and myself, said, why are we staying on the first floor? Let's go up. So we went up the escalator and took over the second floor and started marching around. And then we said, why are we just taking over the first and second floor? Let's go straight up to Roderick's office, which was at the top floor on, I believe, the 54th floor. By that time, the maintenance department under the orders of U.S. Steel shut down all the elevators, were locked. So all the people in the building were locked in to their offices, and we were marching around the first and second floors for about 3 hours, 4 hours, somewhere in there. And then the Youngstown Steelworkers decided to call it off and head back home and said we had made our point. In my opinion, that was a big mistake. We should have sat down and never left. They should have dragged us out one by one. In January 1980, specifically January 28th, 1980, there was a meeting at the Ohio McDonald Works Union Hall. Ed Mann again got up and gave a fiery militant speech. He quoted Frederick Douglass, and he pointed to the steel mill, and he said, the U.S. Steel headquarters in Youngstown, and he said, "I don't know about you people," he says, "but that's not their building. That's our building. Let's go take it over." So he walked out of the meeting, off the podium, out the doors, and roughly about 250 steel workers followed him. And they went, and the steel building owners saw them coming. They locked the doors, and the steel workers got some bricks and got some 2x4s, and they broke through the front doors, and they took over the U.S. Steel building and held it for the entire day till approximately 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. They were planning on staying in the steel building until U.S. Steel agreed to sell them the mill. Well, what happened was a split developed amongst the leadership of the building takeover, and some of the union officials were approached by U.S. Steel, and U.S. Steel promised to sit down with the union and negotiate with them and entertain a motion to employees to buy the steel mill, which was total, unadulterated lies and bullshit. But what happened was the steel workers left the building, and U.S. Steel reneged on their promise, and 4 steel mills in Youngstown were closed, and 10,000 steel workers lost their jobs, and the town was devastated. Meanwhile, back in the Mon Valley, beginning in 1980, the company saw the writing on the wall. They not only, and by that, I mean, they saw that if they shut down the steel mills in the Mon Valley all at one time, they would have havoc and hell on their hands. They would have a struggle that made the Youngstown struggle look like a tea party. So what they embarked on, was a piecemeal strategy of shutting down the mills in the Mon Valley piece by piece, mill by mill, department by department. So beginning in December 1980, they shut down the 48-inch plate mill. And then beginning in 1981, starting actually in September 13th, 1981, 1,800 steelworkers at Homestead alone lost their jobs. And U.S. Steel decided from that point on, they would shut down each mill by department. And literally beginning in 1982, at the end of each quarter, by that I mean April 30th, by that I mean June 30th, September 30th, December 31st, they would shut down a different department. And what they did when they did this was they killed 3 birds with one stone. I should say 3 steelworkers with one stone. Number one, they diffused a massive struggle that would have happened had they shut the mill all down at one time. Number two, they gave steelworkers the false hope that the department they shut down or the mill they shut down would reopen, because instead of declaring it permanently shut down, they declared all these shutdowns temporary, indefinite shutdowns. And what that did was that killed another steelworker stone. That not only gave steelworkers the false hope that their department would reopen, but it allowed the company to skirt their severance and their pension liabilities under the labor contract. So what happened at that time was steelworkers began a systematic decline, where when I went to work for U.S. Steel in 1977, there was 30,000. There was 150,000 manufacturing workers and steel workers, but there was 30,000 U.S. steel workers at 6 facilities in the Mon Valley. By the time the shutdown process ended, there was less than 3,000 left in 1986. Personally, what happened to me is I was on layoff in 1980. The company had a temporary pickup at the 100-inch plate mill, and it was a real quick, short pickup. But what they did is they didn't want to bring me back because they considered me a union militant. So they brought younger people back to work instead of bringing me back. I found out about it from one of the workers. I filed a grievance, and I got my job back in March 1981. Like miracles happening, several things just fell into place. Is I got a transfer job up to the 160-inch plate mill, which was the Armor stainless steel titanium plate mill and was the primo plate mill for U.S. Steel at the time. I got a job as a utility craneman up there. And at the same time, our grievance men, zone elected grievance men, which at many plants out there, the equivalent of a shop steward, got sick and died of cancer literally within a month. And I was then there was an election held, and I ran as zone grievance man, which is the equivalent of a chief steward. And I was now in charge of the slab and plate division, which included the 100-inch plate mill, the 160-inch plate mill, the 45-inch slab mill, and the slab yards. Approximately, I was now the grievance rep or steward for 2,000 workers. When I came in, I began and had been writing for the newspaper also. And back in 1978, Michelle McMills brought me on, and I was writing articles and helping to paste up the newspaper and put the newspaper together. Back then, we didn't have computers, folks. Everything was done by typewriter. Headlines were what we called press typed, letter by letter. It was a grueling process that took hours. It was the pre-computer process. Computers, on a massive level, and certainly on an individual or institutional level, did not exist at that time. So I was helping to put the newspaper out, and now I was zone grievance man, and also running the Tri-State Conference on Steel with Charlie McAllister and a number of others. During the shutdown process, we began advocating for the Steel Valley Authority and the takeover of the steel mills. At the same time, when the layoffs ensued in a massive proportions, beginning in September 1981, we steelworkers began to run short and we knew they were going to run out of unemployment benefits within 6 months, which would have been in 1982. So in December 1981, we were at a birthday party. You can read about all this. This whole episode I'm relating is in the book. We were at a Christmas party, in December 24th, I believe it was, 1981. We were all toked up, and about 6 of us were there at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I brought up the idea based on the Fight Don't Starve struggles of the 1930s. I said we should start a food bank. And then another steel worker, one of the few Jewish workers we had in the mill, Artie Leibowitz, because then we said, well, if we start a food bank, how are we going to fund it? And Artie Leibowitz said, well, we'll do concerts. We'll do a rock and roll concert. So December 24th, 1981 is where the idea for the food bank and the rock concert was born. And we went out and recruited for the biggest rock groups in Pittsburgh at the time, including Joe Grushecki and the House Rockers, Billy Price Blues Band, and the Granati Brothers. And a lot of you, I've never heard of the Granati Brothers, but back in them days, they were real big. They actually toured and opened up for Van Halen, and they were pretty big in their day. And all these groups and a black group called Rare Experience were recruited to do a benefit rock concert, which was held on April 14th, 1982 at the Stanley Theater. And we raised $12,000 and the food bank was born. So now we had the Tri-State Conference on Steel going. I was coordinating the food bank. I was zone grievance man. And also we were fighting the plant shutdown struggle all at the same time. So during this entire period, U.S. Steel had decided behind closed doors, of course, that they could not live with the contract. They could not live with the setup that was under the basic labor agreement. They wanted to combine jobs massively. And when I say massively, I mean take anywhere from 12 to 15 jobs and combine them into 2 jobs. They wanted to eliminate seniority units. They wanted to have the ability to cross production workers over to do maintenance work and vice versa. They wanted to use not only forced overtime, but not even pay overtime. They wanted the union to agree to bookend schedules, they called them, where you would only work 3 days a week, but work 12-hour shifts and not even get paid overtime. And their biggest weapon they had in their arsenal was they wanted to contract our work out to non-union labor. They knew they couldn't do this under the basic labor agreement. The union didn't agree to it, with pressure coming from the rank and file. So when they signed their agreements in 1980, but especially in 1983, they embarked on a program of systematically violating the law, violating the contract, and doing whatever they wanted. And they actually sent it was a hit squad, we called it a SWAT squad, of lawyers out to all the steel mills, U.S. steel mills, instructing their frontline superintendents, general foremen, and assistant foremen how to circumvent the contract and contract work out, use forced overtime to keep from calling people back to work, and combine jobs. Starting in 1981, by the time 1982 rolled around, I had more than just in the slab and plate division, more than 200 grievances filed, job elimination grievances. We did things differently than the International did at other unions. We, like I said before, handled our cases all the way to arbitration. So I, at that time, with a high school education, I became a lawyer. And I fought my first case in court in front of the arbitrator in early 1982, and very quickly became not only now was a musician, not only now was a steel worker, I not only now was a songwriter, but I learned how to be a lawyer, and I learned what it took to kick their ass in court. And what it took to kick their ass in court was to involve the membership in the grievance procedure itself and to empower the members. And what happened was, when they would eliminate jobs and a worker would get eliminated, that worker would stay in contact with the worker still working, and we would amass a tremendous amount of information, especially written documentation, so that when we went into court, we just slammed them and learned how to beat them. So by the time 1985 rolled around, the grievance chairman had been completely worn down. John O'Toole, his job had been eliminated 3 years earlier. He had nowhere to even bump back to in the mill. And he asked me if I would run for chairman of the grievance committee. So in 1985, which were union elections, we had elections in 82. I ran unopposed. 85, I ran unopposed for zone grievance man. And then in 1985, I ran unopposed as the grievance chairman, which now I was responsible for filing grievances for the entire mill. The importance of all this is to not only learn the history of what happened at the Homestead Steel Mill, but to understand that struggle that happened between 1976 and 1986 was not something separate and apart from what happened in 1892 in the Great Battle of Homestead. It was not separate or apart from what happened in 1919 during the Great Steel Strike. And it was not separate or apart from what happened in 1936 when the Steelworkers Organizing Committee formed the Steelworkers Union. We were part of that struggle. We were the result of that struggle, and we were the culmination of that struggle. And I do not see that, and nobody that I know in the union at that time saw ourselves apart from that whole entire process. And that story needs to get told, and I've told it in the book. The second reason I wrote the book was not only to tell the history and not only to put a face to the many steelworkers that were part of that history so that future generations understood them, but to also understand the importance of coalition building. And 1397, like I stated earlier, from its very beginning stages in 1977 and 1978, coalesced with various community organizations and various other activist organizations, especially in the environmental movement. Back in 1979, U.S. Steel announced that they were going to pretty much close all the steel mills down, and they were going to build a giant steel mill in Conneaut on Lake Erie. That not only would have closed all of our mills, but it would have completely destroyed the environment at Conneaut in Lake Erie. And it would have devastated that lake even more than it was. So what happened was we formed a coalition, and we basically demonstrated in the streets. We filed lawsuits against U.S. Steel with Stout and Lind as our lawyer, and we beat the company back. The graphic that you're seeing in front of you, the reason I'm showing that graphic is from Steel Labor, which is the International Union's newspaper. And back then, the union, all the way up to the international level, did not see any conflict between the issue of jobs and the environment and saw them as one struggle. Fast forward to 2020, and the company and the government have now systematically pitted industrial manufacturing workers against the environmental movement. This book shows concretely how we were able to forge alliances, not only with environmental groups, but with the community and church groups around plant shutdowns, and advocate for a manufacturing. Back then, it was the same. We didn't call it the Green New Deal. We called it a new Marshall Plan. But it was basically a federally funded industrial policy to repair our infrastructure and to reuse the plants and the skilled labor and the equipment that was still there to re-industrialize our economy in the labor area of Appalachia. And one of our biggest programs that we advocated for was high-speed rail. So we did a coalition with the United Electrical Workers in the Tri-State Conference to save their plants, and actually put a plan forward to form a magnetic levitated train system. We not only would construct a train system for the Mon Valley, but actually build magnetically levitated trains for the entire country. At the same time, Tri-State Conference had programs to take over portions of the Homestead Mill, a basic oxygen furnace in Duquesne, and electric furnaces on the south side of Pittsburgh, which were the newest and newest electrical furnaces in the country. They were 350-ton capacity. The lesson of these struggles and the lesson of this coalition is very profound and very important for today's activists. And the lesson was that back then, we had the majority of workers who supported us. We had all the communities, 10 communities, including the city of Pittsburgh, joined together and formed a Steel Valley Authority. We had the majority of churches that supported us. The majority of local governments supported us through the Steel Valley Authority, including the city of Pittsburgh. And we had the county commissioners, and including our state representatives that supported our effort. But you know what we didn't have? We didn't have the federal government. And we didn't have the big banks. So what happened is we put a plan together, and the plan included everything that you could possibly dream of or reimagine. We had new labor relations. We had a new form of ownership, which was a combination of employee, public ownership through the county and city and state, and private ownership. And the private owners would be actually the customers of the plant. For instance, the people that would buy the steel from the plant, the private entities, they would be part owners in the mill. So we had a tripartite ownership. We set up new community relations. We had everything set up. And what happened was when we were ready to move and went into court with eminent domain to take the mills over, Wall Street redlined us. And Wall Street basically, on orders from LTV and US Steel, said we will not loan any money or allow grants or anything. And US Steel proceeded to shut the plants down. And by 1987, there was less than 3,000 steel workers. So the lesson is that we learned is that unions today, environmentalist organizations today, and other movements today need a giant coalition, and they need to sit down and find common ground. And I don't care how difficult or how long or how tedious the process is. All these movements today that are, in my opinion, are siloed. You have the tremendous upheaval around Black Lives Matter and around the police brutality issues going on that's been going on for decades in this country. And you have people fighting for their lives out in the street. At the same time, you have large movements for single payer health care, for Medicare for all in another silo. In other silos, you have essential workers who are wildcatting all over the country, especially during the pandemic. But teacher strikes in 2018 and 2019 that went on strike statewide. At the same time, you have all those struggles. You have the environmental movement. And within the environmental movement, you must have 100 different organizations just in the Pittsburgh area. What we need is the major players in those movements to sit down together and find common ground against our common enemy. And our common enemy is the same system that is oppressing Black and minorities, the same system that refuses to give health care to us, the same system that refuses to raise the minimum wage, and the same system that is oppressing us all, and it's the capitalist system. And we need to create a platform, and we all know what the platform needs to entail. It needs to entail a basic guaranteed income, Medicare for all, a federally funded jobs program to basically repair and upgrade our infrastructure and transform our economy with a just transition into a renewable energy-based economy. None of that will happen as long as we are siloed and stay in our own little silos until we come together. And when I say come together, I mean come together in the streets, come together in the political system, and run our own candidates who represent our interests and not the interests of the corporations in Wall Street, and even come together and take them on in the courts. We need to have a tri-pronged strategy that deals with the companies and the corporations and the banks on all three levels. And until this happens, they will continue to pick us off one by one and burn us out and drive us into the ground. That is the lesson of the homestead struggle, and that is the lesson of my book.
Mike, that was awesome.
Questions?
Yeah, I do have one here that someone asked. I'm going to put it on the screen, okay?
Okay.
Can you see that? I kind of know what you're going to say. You still there, Mike? We lost the video.
Yeah, I'm back. All I can see is you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear. I don't see the question. I can't. It's so small I can't read it.
Okay, I'll read it to you. Pam was just curious that when President-elect. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
She wonders if you ever believed that it was possible to bring back steel and coal when he made that promise.
No, I believe that it's. I don't think it'll ever be possible to bring back coal, because coal contributes so immensely to the amount of carbon we put in the atmosphere, that I think what's needed for coal workers is a real just transition. What's needed is to make sure that any coal worker, a coal miner that loses their job, is given and re-job pays as much or better in another industry. And I believe that any just transition or movement that I described needs to make damn sure that coal workers' pension funds and their black lung funds and everything does not diminish 1 cent or 1 iota, and that those workers are protected, and that there's a just transition. As far as the steel mills go, I do think there's plenty of room to not only continue the steel mills in existence, but to bring back even more steel mills producing the type of products that I described in our Green New Deal. Repairing our infrastructure, upgrading our sewage systems, upgrading our wastewater treatment facilities, building a high-speed rail system alone would provide thousands and thousands of steel jobs. Build windmills. The steel workers represent already workers that are building wind turbines. My point being is that the Steelworkers Union, and this is my plea in my book at the end, is the Steelworkers Union is along with the United Electric Electrical Workers Union are perfectly positioned to make the transition old economy to economy. And until those unions sit down at the table together and sit down with environmentalists, it ain't going to happen. Not only is it not going to happen, but and our union membership's going to diminish. The companies are going to continue to globalize and shut more mills down, and workers are going to get driven around. We need unions and environmentalists, Black Lives Matter, the Me Too movement, the immigration movement to come together and stand up as one movement.
Okay, thanks again, Mike. I have to move on, but I really appreciate it. People can get your book, this book, Homestead Steel Mill, at pmpress.com. And I wanted to tell you that your song, One Big Union, is personally my favorite union song. And that's kind of what you were talking about there at the end, that we need solidarity, right?
Okay. I think that we need to be one big. I'd just like to add to that. I hope you let people know that they can get the book through PM Press. But if you want a signed first edition copy at a discount price, you can get it through me personally. And I gave Sean my email address. And if anybody wants to get, and I'm not saying this because it's me or bragging, but when you have a book that's the only inside account of a 10-year period of history, in 50 years or 20, 30 years down the road, a signed first edition is going to be worth gold. It's going to be worth its price in gold. So if you want a signed first edition copy, send me an email and I'll make sure and get a copy to you. And thank you, everybody, for listening. It's trying to cram in 10 years of class, day-to-day, week-to-week class struggle in an hour is very, very difficult. And if you want to read the details and read more about it, read the book.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. And I don't know if you've read it, Our Jobs First agenda, but if you go to the website on the screen, wallswheeling.com, a lot of what's contained in there is what you talked about at the end of your presentation. And so I want to thank you again, pmpress.com, or you can email Mike directly and get a copy of his book. And we thank you. Thanks to all who attended.
Thank you very much for having me on. And peace and solidarity to everybody out there. And don't give up the struggle, because that's what they want. Thank you.
I agree. Excellent. Thank you, Mike. Bye. Okay, folks, we're going to take a lunch break. And while we do that, I'm going to play the virtual version of our walking tour to the Reuther-Pollack monuments at Wheeling Heritage Port with Dr. David Javersak. So stand by for that.
Welcome to the first state capitol building. This is where capital of West Virginia was first time. The second time it'll be down on the next corner when they build the new courthouse. You'll also see this is the home of the Reuther-Wheeling Library, the Walls Foundation. And you're in a section of Wheeling that would have been, when Walter Reuther was born in 1907, one of the prime places in Wheeling. The year before Reuther was born, Justice Pollack died. And these two gentlemen we're going to honor in this symposium, both from ancestry in Germany, Pollack was a guy who was born overseas, comes to Wheeling, and makes Wheeling a better place. You'll see the statue that was erected by his workers in his honor because he was such a great employer in their eyes. And within a couple feet of that statue, you're going to see the statue of another person with German background, Walter-Reuther, who was born here just before Labor Day in 1910. His contribution to American labor and American history, American civil rights, doesn't come as much in Wheeling as it does throughout the United States. So one comes and makes Wheeling a better place, one born in Wheeling leaves and makes the whole nation a better place. And we're going to see those statues that were put up in recognition of the work that these two gentlemen were able to do and to bring honor to the city, which at the time of Walter's birth was still the largest city in West Virginia, the most industrialized city in West Virginia, the most advanced city culturally and intellectually in West Virginia, but unfortunately was showing the first signs of slowing down. And one of the reasons is that by Walter-Reuther's birth in 1907, most of Wheeling had been grown up. There was no room left because Wheeling in 1907 only included the area from Wheeling Island to the top of the next hill over there. None of the outlying communities which were not part of the community were then part of Wheeling. That didn't happen for another 13 years. So as a consequence, the growth that Wheeling experienced in the previous almost 100 years starts to decline. And which is might be one of the reasons that Walter-Reuther, as a very young man, leaves Wheeling to go to a place that is starting to grow, and that would be the Detroit area. And then the tobacco industry with Mr. Pollack will also decline for other kinds of reasons, one of them being mechanization of cigars. But we'll see those statues here in a couple of minutes. This is the statue that was put up by members of the Ohio Valley Trades and Labor Assembly. As you can see, it's the oldest labor council in the United States. And this was put up after the assembly read the will of Mr. Pollack. And in that will, he gave funds for a scholarship for working class students, a fund for working class people to go to the local hospital. So they collected money. It took them almost 10 years to put this up, and you will notice what it says, whose business, life, and actions were always in sympathy. Always in sympathy. This man was well loved by his employers. And they put this statue up. It cost about $15,000. It now probably costs a couple $100,000 because of the work that's involved with it. It was originally on the grounds of the city-county building. And then when that building was torn down in the late 50s, this was moved up to a spot not very far from the entrance to Interstate 70. And then a couple years ago was moved here because this is a more prominent place. We're in a place called Heritage Court, which is an interesting little place. This used to be the wharf area. Very active, very busy. That went the way of progress. So they decided to put a park Well, one of the things that happens to cities in the 20th century is that we develop cars and we don't have any place to put them. So we start to tear buildings down, and when you walk through any town and you see a vacant lot or a parking lot, you can be sure that there used to be a building. And in Wheeling, they're looking for a place to put more parking. So in the late 50s, early 60s, they put in a parking lot on the north parking lot. And that was seen as progress. 50 years later, they tear it down, put back the park that had been here originally, and that's called progress. And that's why this is good. All along this area, there are remembrances of days past, whether it's the railroad, whether it's a cigar maker, whether it's references to the history of this town as a spot on the Ohio River that was very active in terms of trading, shipping, and so on. We're just south of the famous suspension bridge put up in 1849. From here, we'll adjourn to Walter Reuther's statue. We're now standing in front of the statue that was put up by Walter Reuther. The dedication for this came in 2006 when the international president and other distinguished representatives from the United Auto Workers came to Wheeling. They had a luncheon at Ogilvy, and then we came down here for this dedication. And in this time of pandemic, I think that this is a perfect time to remember what Walter Reuther stood for. And if you can direct your attention to this quote that appears here at the bottom, there is no greater calling than to serve your fellow man. There is no greater contribution than to help the weak. There is no greater satisfaction than to have done it well. Walter Reuther, auto worker leader. He was at the March on Washington in 1963. One of his ideas later becomes the John Kennedy's idea of sending people from the United States to go and help others. Ideas for health care, ideas for pensions, ideas to make life better. We sometimes have the view that labor is nothing more than let me work the fewest hours and get the most pay. That's not what Walter Reuther was about. Walter Reuther was about making life better for everyone. great thing, I think, that we still remember Reuther, because let's face it, he's gone now for 50 years. But the mark that he put on America is still there. Remember, the Wall Street Journal is not necessarily seen as a lover of labor, identified him as one of the 100 most important people in the economic history of the United States, and wielding his contribution to American history, presidential freedom honoree.
Okay, I apologize for the sound. We'll replay that perhaps after you see our next video, which is a tribute we did to Walter Reuther on his birthday on September 1st, and we're going to replay it for you now.
Dear Walter, we're keeping your ideas alive here at the Walls Foundation, and thank you for being one of the most eloquent Americans to articulate that our working citizens will never achieve economic justice unless and until they do so alongside their African American brothers and sisters. I love that you said, Black is beautiful and white is beautiful, but most beautiful of all is when Black and white march together. You were Wheeling's own bright light in the civil rights struggles of the 60s and 70s, and one of the first to internalize as part of your public character that Black lives matter. We hope that your spirit continues to infuse us all, not only in Wheeling, but across our land. Happy birthday and cheers.
Hello from Detroit at the Walter P. Reuther Library of Labor and Urban Affairs. We are the official archives of the UAW, and we have Walter Reuther's personal papers here. My name is Gavin Strassel. I am the UAW's official archivist here at the Reuther Library, and I just want to say happy birthday, Walter Reuther. As somebody who gets to work with Walter's personal papers and artifacts that, go from his early childhood all the way to his career in the UAW. I think what makes him so special is that he was connected to so many things we take for granted today and so many things that we hold as the most important causes of our times, from civil rights to, workers' rights to even things like environmentalism. His legacy is something that's very special, and here at the Reuther Library, we want to share it with the world. We have, things from that belong to him, things from the UAW. We even have this mural that used to hang in his local at Detroit's West Side, Local 174. You can see Walter right here. This is him at the Battle of the Overpass. So it's a great place. If you're ever in Detroit, please visit us. And again, happy birthday and have a great day.
Dear Walter, as a young college graduate, I worked in Washington, D.C. for 2 social change organizations that you and the UAW supported: the Citizens Crusade Against Poverty and its successor, the Center for Community Change. Throughout my employment, I was guided and mentored by an amazing group of leaders closely associated with you. Your colleagues directly influenced my values, my thinking, my career. I am the person I am today due to them. So, On behalf of Dick Boone, Jack Conway, Joe Rao, Anita Curtis, Hortense Gable, I am here today in Wheeling, West Virginia, and we are wishing you a very happy birthday.
Hello, everyone. This is Tom Briding, and I am at the Appalachian Institute here at Wheeling University, where I've worked since 2012. Sean asked me to say a few words about Walter Reuther for his birthday, and Walter, of course, came from Wheeling, my hometown. He left at the age of 19 years old, went to Detroit to work in the Ford factory. He was a brilliant man, incredibly smart, learned so quickly, and soon his travels took him all over the world. And I believe what Walter's travels led him to understand was just how important each life is and how important economic justice is in the lives of people. People who are willing to work hard should be rewarded with a life that is comfortable, a life where they don't have hunger or starvation. And of course, Walter understood too that the way to achieve that economic justice was through solidarity. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever. The union makes us strong. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? The union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever. The union makes us strong. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving, mid the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever. The union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever. The union makes us strong.
I'm Dr. David Javersak, American historian. My dissertation at West Virginia University was on the Ohio Valley Trades and Labor Assembly. And one of the early presidents in the 20th century was a man by the name of Valentine Reuther, whose son, Walter Reuther, born just before Labor Day in 1907, is Wheeling's greatest contribution to the American history. He was identified as such by none other than the Wall Street Journal. And I'm here to wish Walter a happy birthday. Would be 113. And this year, I think, is very memorable because the issues that we're dealing with in this time of pandemic, in which people are putting their lives on the line for others, is exactly what Walter Reuther did for his entire career. He put his life on the line. He was shot, he was attacked, died in a terrible plane crash, but he was an extraordinary man who did extraordinary things for everyday people. There is a quote that I think that sums up Reuther better than anything else. And that quote is this: "There is no greater calling than to serve your fellow man. There is no greater contribution than to help the weak. And there is no greater satisfaction than to have done it well." He stands as the epitome of somebody who puts the community ahead of himself. He is Wheeling's greatest contribution to American life.
Hi, my name is Dan Graff. I'm a labor historian at the University of Notre Dame, where I also direct the Higgins Labor Program. And I'm delighted to wish Walter Reuther a happy birthday, 2020. I consider Walter Reuther probably the most important 20th century American that most people have never heard of, despite his importance in US history. If anyone in the United States can be identified as most important to the creation of the American middle class society of the post-World War II era, it would be Walter Reuther. As president of the United Auto Workers, as a leading, most imaginative labor leader of the entire post-war period, and as a prominent policy and public intellectual, Reuther didn't have any peers. So, I just mentioned three reasons why I think he's super important. One is that under Reuther's leadership, the United Auto Workers in the post-war era, 1940s, 50s, 60s, created, no pun intended here, the Cadillac of contracts that gave workers the best wages and benefits in world history for working people, and spilled over into all other sectors. So the contracts that the UAW negotiated with General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler that provided not only good wages, but also benefits like paid vacations, pensions, as well as that protection from arbitrary dismissal or termination. It really created the notion of an American middle class job and the labor as sort of American standard of living. So we shouldn't forget how important that was. The second reason is Reuther really envisioned workers playing a critical role in American politics, and he thought labor unions, and led by labor leaders such as himself, should play a prominent role in policy. Reuther came up with the idea that became the Peace Corps, for example. Reuther came up with some of the ideas that led to the creation of the cabinet level position of housing and urban development. Reuther and the UAW were central to the passage of the Civil Rights Act in supporting that to eliminate racial discrimination in the labor market. So without Walter Reuther's leadership, post-World War II 20th century social policy would look very, very different. And then the third thing I'll just say is that we need representatives of working people in the public sphere representing and giving voice to workers' interests. We don't really have that powerfully today, and Reuther played that central role. So it's a tragedy that he has largely been forgotten and dropped from American memory, because he was talking to presidents, consulting throughout the 50s and 60s. He was in the public sphere, widely covered by the press anytime he announced any kind of proposal or raised an issue about the division of labor in American society, about the ways in which the fruits of our collective labor were divided, making sure that workers had dignity at the job and in American culture more broadly. So it's just a nice honor to be able to give a shout out to Walter Reuther on his birthday and to participate in this. So thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Nick Musgrave, and I'm an amateur historical writer here in Wheeling, West Virginia. And I want to extend a very special happy birthday to Mr. Walter Reuther, I am actually a Michigan native living in Wheeling, where Walter was a Wheeling native who made his career in the auto industry in Michigan. So I've always had kind of a special connection with him. We kind of would have passed ways on Route 23, I guess you could say. So happy birthday to Walter Reuther, and the fight goes on.
Hi, I'm John Hare. I'm the president of the Battle of Homestead in Homestead, Pennsylvania. We are kindred spirits with all the people in Wheeling that are celebrating today through your wonderful seminars and opportunities for education. We say, happy birthday, Walter Reuther. You are a star that we study a lot when we try to learn about the labor movement and how to put forward a progressive labor movement and how to plan for the jobs that we will have in the future and the economy that we will have in the future. Happy birthday, Walter Reuther.
Hi, folks. My name is Rosemary Ketchum. I am the newly elected city council person for the 3rd Ward here in Wheeling, West Virginia. And today we are celebrating the birthday of Walter Reuther. Walter is such a powerful force for West Virginia, but also has been a powerful force across the nation. And what he represents to me is the power of allyship. He cares about civil rights and social justice before this was a mainstream concept on social media and in the world. He stood on the front lines with folks like Martin Luther King fighting for social justice and racial justice, and was a true ally. And I'm so proud to be here in Wheeling, and so thankful that we have somebody representing our state in history like Walter Reuther. So happy birthday, Walter. We love you.
Which side are you on? 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 They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? 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 My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son. I'll be with you, fellow workers, till this battle's won. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Well, Jeffrey's here. I just want to start out by saying that I am a 38-year UAW member, and I really would like to thank Walter for everything he's done for labor and for civil rights and for the working men and women of this country. I have tried to honor Walter by being active in my union, UAW Local 2147. Also, we are active with the Lima-Troy Cap Council, and a highlight of our career has been getting the Walter Reuther Award from the Lima-Troy Cap Council.
Hi, I'm Carol Jeffries, Salina, Ohio, and happy Labor Day to everybody, and happy birthday to Walter. I just want everybody to know we follow the tenets of Walter. I admire Walter, even though I am not a direct UAW member. I am a household member. And we live by the tenets of Walter and all of the things that he has done to forward the working men and women of the United States. He's the championship of labor. He is one of them who has, he was a very leading civil rights leader. We helped the Lima Area Cap Council and the Central Labor Council of West Central Ohio. And one of the big things is social justice, equality for all. And that is one of the things that we live our life for, we've raised our kids for, and we have Walter to thank for that. He has advanced that movement greatly and brought it to the forefront. And the UAW is a leader in equality for all, men, women, doesn't matter your religion, doesn't matter your race. everybody is equal, and the UAW to this day lives by that rule. His legacy will go on, and I think on Labor Day is the day that we have that we can thank all of the working men and women of labor in the United States and all of the leaders that have come before us that have given us these rights. They've won these gains for us. We have insurance, we have all kinds of things as everybody in general because of them, and we need to thank them.
So again, we'd like to thank you for your support for this great man, and we'd like to thank Walter and his family for everything they've done for us.
So happy Labor Day to everybody, and happy birthday, Walter.
Happy birthday, Walter.
Good afternoon. Delegate Sean Fluharty here, representing the 3rd District and the House of Delegates here in Ohio County and the City of Wheeling. I want to give a happy birthday to Walter Reuther. And on a personal note, just to talk about how I think about Walter, my dad just recently retired as a union member, local IBW 141. And through Walter's work for the UAW and the strong labor unions we had back in the day, my father and my grandfather and many people in my family were able to not only work with dignity, but now retire with dignity. And I think that's very important as we talk about the labor movement and the contributions that Walter made. And one thing that stands out from Walter's contributions, not just on the labor side of things, but how he used labor to push social justice, which today in 2020 is front and center. The conversations we're having in this country right now, they're vital for us to progressively move forward. So I think when I think about the Civil Rights Movement, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Walter played an intricate role in getting that across the finish line and moving social justice to the forefront. He really was ahead of his time. So I'd like to thank him and give a shout out and happy birthday, Walter.
Hello, I'm Nelson Lichtenstein. I teach history at the University of California at Santa Barbara, and I'm the author of a biography of Walter Reuther, the well-known and important trade union leader who was born in Wheeling. It's entitled Walter Reuther, the Most Dangerous Man in Detroit. Reuther was important because he led the most important union in America, the auto workers, during its most powerful and influential era, that is the 1930s and 40s and 50s. And many of the ideas that and activities that he that the union got involved with, and that he was he was its leader for a quarter century. I think those live with us today, and they have relevance today. Walter said of the United Automobile Workers, "It is the vanguard in America," meaning it will lead the country out of its troubles. I think that's still true for labor and for the trade union movement. So I want to wish Walter Reuther a happy birthday. He was born on September 1st, 1907, and he died in May of the year 1970.
Hello, I'm Sasha Reuther, Victor Reuther's grandson from here in New York City. I'm a film and TV producer, and I am here to say how grateful I am for my family and the Reuther brothers and great-grandfather Valentine and what they mean to me and to American history. You know, I think at the highest level, they dedicated their lives to the betterment of society and their fellow man. It was, I think, to them always much bigger than just the union movement or the solidarity they forged on, in the auto plants. Yes, they certainly, in the history books and most notably fought for and won unprecedented rights for workers, improving conditions and dignity on the shop floor and the workplace, fighting and negotiating and winning vacation pay and pensions and healthcare, which certainly expanded to many other industries, much wider than the auto industry and even much wider than unionized jobs in general. So that was an incredible impact and really was a large part, not them alone, but others of their generation of organizers in building the middle class in America. The union movement itself and what they did specifically in the UAW fostered a tremendous sense of community being part of that union. Solidarity on and off the job, whether it would be education programs and team building and just family support in general. And then the extension of that movement was, I think all three brothers, and Walter being the leader, forging the relationship with the civil rights movement and really being a large part of the coalition of conscience. Understanding that the civil rights movement and the workers' rights movement their goals were one and the same. It was about equality. And so I think that the Reuther brothers' impact on that movement specifically was financially supportive and also physically supportive. Being there, being the early organizers of the March on Washington and supplying many of the pickets and banners there, and financial support, and bailing Dr. King out of jail multiple times, believing that this was both movements, workers and civil rights, gained from this kind of a coalition. So that was certainly a big contribution that the Reuther brothers were a part of. I think that it's interesting, these three brothers, they were very much alike, but it was their individual contributions that came together to create this incredible sort of trinity. Yes, Walter Reuther in the leadership position at the UAW, but Roy being the sort of the legislative and political action director was about building allies in other social activist movements like Cesar Chavez and the farm workers, and also political allies like Bobby Kennedy. And then my grandfather, Victor, being first the education director and then the international director of the union, that was creating allies abroad, understanding what was happening not just with auto workers abroad, but greater union movements, India, Germany, Japan, far-reaching. So I think that that was also a very unique contribution, is having the brothers united. That this is something that an understanding, a trust, and a bond that grew over a lifetime. It was very unlike a lot of other partnerships and work. And certainly that all it was influenced greatly by their father, Valentine, my great-grandfather. And it was certainly growing up in Wheeling, West Virginia. Their father was a union organizer himself, a beer wagon driver. They, having grown up in Wheeling, West Virginia, they certainly were around and witnessed the horrendous working conditions in the mining industry. And Valentine impressed upon the boys and all of his children really general values in life, being selfless, speaking out and standing up for your neighbor, and also learning both sides of an issue, to be highly skilled in debate and negotiation, understanding your position and also turning around and playing the other side of the table. And so I'm grateful on a personal note, being Victor Reuther's grandson, that these values were imparted on me. For my parents, but also the individual time that I spent with my grandfather. And it wasn't just the respect for people from all walks of life, but it was the genuine curiosity about the world and humanity and hunger for knowledge and history. And that's what I do in my work as a TV and film producer is I do historical documentaries. My activism is to educate. So I'm very grateful, and really I obviously speak very highly of them, but this is a genuine personal thankful and a personal thank you that I give to the Reuther brothers and my great grandfather Valentine. And I just want to say happy birthday, Walter, from New York City. All the best.
This story tells of the greatest labor leader of this century, Walter P. Reuther, a man who truly lived what he believed. Born in West Virginia, Walter Reuther was his name. 1 in 4 of the sons of a man who taught his sons to take a stand, to fight for the rights of yours and his fellow man. I've had a life that's self-fulfilling, rich in teaching me. Spoken were these words of a man who lived what he believed. Social justice was his aim, for the common man he would attain to a better life. He opened the door no labor leader had ever done before.
Okay, that I hope you enjoyed that. That was our tribute to Walter Reuther on his birthday. And we'll put all of these videos on the WALS website eventually. Our next guest doesn't start until 2:30, and that's Chuck Keeney from one of the founders of the West Virginia Mine Wars Museum, and has a book about the preservation efforts regarding Blair Mountain, the battlefield site, which of course most of you know, and the effort to keep it from, believe it or not, mountaintop removal mining and that sort of intrusion on such an important historical site. So Chuck will be starting at 2:30. So in the meantime, I thought I would share some of our program from Walter Reuther's birthday the other day with Nelson Lichtenstein, in case you missed that, who wrote the definitive biography of Walter Reuther, the most dangerous man in Detroit. So let me play some of that for you now until Chuck is ready. Most Dangerous Man in Detroit, which is his fine biography of Walter Reuther. So here is Dr. Nelson Lichtenstein.
Hi, glad to be with you. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. Well, today is the birthday of Walter Reuther, and he was born in 1907, right there in Wheeling, West Virginia. And he came out of a family of German socialists, immigrant socialists. His father was an immigrant, and working class. Very much they valued education, self-advancement, humane ideals, and socialist ideals of equality, of course. He was not a wobbly, an industrial workers of the world. That was too sort of wild, and for him, he went to Sunday school, and his father always said, "You've got to get a trade," and so Walter became a tool and die maker. His brother Roy became a electrician. Victor, his younger brother, went off to college and never got a trade, a kind of solid sort of industrial skill. And he always felt, Victor felt sheepish about that. What did it mean to have a trade? Well, tool and die makers, he learned this at Wheeling Steel, and then he went to Detroit with it. They were the people who manufactured the dies that were essential to the stamping out of fenders and carburetors and everything else you used. And it was enormous skill involved in being a tool and die maker. You had to shape metal to 1/10,000th of an inch. The only contemporary job like that would be a very skilled, say, computer programmer or something at Microsoft or Facebook. And when Reuther worked at the Rouge, the River Rouge plant of the Ford Motor Company, this was sort of the same thing as Silicon Valley. It was the most advanced, most exciting place to work in a world that's in a company that's reshaping the world. And so Reuther is there, and he becomes, I think he's one of the highest paid skilled workers at the Rouge in the early Depression. Then, of course, he goes off with his brother Victor. They go off to Europe. They're socialists. They want to see what's going on in Europe and in the Soviet Union. And they spend 2 years in 33 and 34, or early 35, they're in Germany when the Nazis take over. They, you know, and they're appalled by that. They're in part of the anti-Nazi resistance. They go to the Gorky auto works in the Soviet Union and help make tractors. And they, you know, because at that time the Soviet Union was very amenable to having skilled American workers come over. This made Reuther a very cosmopolitan figure. I mean, he was from Wheeling. He didn't go to college. He was a worker, but he'd seen the world and he knew about, you know, ideologies and knew about what was going on. So Reuther had that combination of kind of a grounded American skill and also a very sophisticated sense of what's going on in the world. I should say that his tool and die making, it helped shape. Well, his personality was there to begin with, but it helped shape him. He always had the sense, and this was true of the whole cohort of skilled workers in the auto industry. If you were able to be at the absolute center of production, doing the most important thing that was necessary to manufacture cars or anything else, well, then you could also you were a master of your own work. You could master society. You could reshape society. You could plan it. You could manipulate it. You could make it something that was, you know, amenable to your ideals. I mean, tool and die makers you had to plan things in advance, exactly how you were going to make the die. And foremen, you know, they would show up once a month and say, "How you doing?" And the tool and die maker would say, "Get out of here, I'm busy." And the foreman left. They respected the skill. The same was true. Reuther had that sense about the society as a whole, that the skilled workers and other workers they would be coming to the union, they could reshape society. So in 1936 he was a socialist, but they were in favor of Roosevelt, and the socialists in Detroit, where Reuther was working then, put out a little leaflet, and I think it's a great leaflet. It said, "You voted New Deal at the ballot box and defeated the auto barons. Now get a New Deal in the shop." And I think that expresses the relationship between politics on the one side and unionism on the other. And it went the other way as well. You created a strong union in the shop. Now we're going to support politicians who support us. And that will be, of course, the case for the UAW during its heyday in the next 20, 30, 40 years. Reuther's greatest influence came in the 1940s. And he burst on the scene, the national scene, in 1940 and 41 with his famous 500 planes a day plan. At that time, England was fighting the Nazis by itself. The Battle of Britain was going on. Spitfires and Messerschmitts were fighting over the skies of London, and the U.S. needed to, and the British needed fighters, and they needed airplanes. The American automobile industry was reluctant to convert to war production. This is before Pearl Harbor. They were making lots of money selling passenger cars for the first time in the Depression, and Reuther saw this as both a problem and an opportunity. That is, the auto industry and all great industries in America, they were not just private capitalists enterprises in which it was subject to what the shareholders wanted. They were sort of social institutions. They'd been built, in part with the resources of the nation, and certainly the workers who were there had helped build them. And so Reuther's 500 planes a day plan was to sort of collectivize and socialize, not in a property way, not they weren't going to take the property of General Motors or Ford, but in terms of this problem of building airplanes fast on an assembly line basis. You would pool the skilled work, the machine tools, the factories. You pool them regardless of whether they were Ford or General Motors or Chrysler, and help speed plane production to help defeat the Nazis. And this was a very popular among liberals and pro-war interventionists. Eventually, much of it was put in place during the war itself. That is what happened. And when the pandemic broke here in the United States in the early spring, everyone was urging Trump to put in place the Defense Production Act, which was an act passed in the late 1940s, which was in fact sort of based on the ideas of Reuther. That is, we should pool and collectivize production when we have a national crisis. And of course, that became a controversy because Trump didn't want to do that. Reuther, by the 40s, he drops his sort of explicitly socialist label, but really the ideas of his, kind of variety of well thought out, planned socialist ideas, collectivist ideas carry on, and the UAW comes to embody that. And when he finally becomes there's a very bitter faction fight inside the UAW, in which Reuther leads a collection, a faction composed of some socialists, some clearly anti-communists, some other Democrats, and then his opponents tended to be a little bit more on the communists supported them, but they weren't communists, but it was just a faction fight. It had some meaning, had some political meaning. I don't want to get into that right now, but anyway, when Reuther finally takes over the union, and wins a great victory, a very democratic victory in 1946 and 47. He gives a speech. He said, "The UAW is the vanguard in America." The vanguard in America, meaning that the ideas that this union puts forward, not just at the bargaining table and collective bargaining, but to the whole nation as a whole, when it came to planning, to wage and prices, to Social Security, to medical care, the UAW would be in the lead. And I have to say, this word vanguard, as you know, has a kind of slightly Leninist flavor to it, the Vanguard Party. And that was not an accident that Reuther used that phrase, the vanguard in America. And the UAW was the vanguard in America during the heyday of its power in the 40s and 1950s and even into the 60s. One of the most another indication of Reuther's and the people, I should say this, Reuther wasn't just Reuther alone. He was this cosmopolitan individual who brought around him a whole kind of brains trust of sophisticated people. Many of them some had gone to college, some hadn't, but out of the working class, out of sort of the immigrant community, the people gravitated to the UAW because of the excitement and the sense, well, power and intellect together, is exciting. And so in 1945 and 46, Reuther leads a strike against General Motors. And it wasn't just an ordinary strike. It was a strike which was designed to reshape the political economy of the country. I mean, General Motors had been making a lot of money during the war. Many, many, many of its factories, this was true for all industry, had been built with U.S. government dollars. About a third of all plant and equipment in the U.S. during the war had been paid for by the government. They were, and now GM was, owned that stuff. And so Reuther said, look, again, General Motors is not just a private company, it's a social institution at the center of the American economy, at the center of the standard living of the working class. So we demand in the GM strike, he had two major demands: open the books, meaning your profit and loss statement, your what you know about how to produce things, and your program for the future. This should be subject to political debate, to open discussion, open the books. And secondly, he demanded wage increases without price increases. That is, let's redistribute income in America more to the working class and against the capitalists. You're making money. You made lots of money in the World War II. In the future, let's redistribute income in a more egalitarian fashion. And this was a very advanced and socially progressive campaign. The strike lasted 3 months. It didn't quite succeed. That is, there was an inflationary spiral after World War II, but it set down a marker that I think was that clearly made the UAW and Reuther the leaders of progressive America in that period. And I think that, I mean, Reuther would always say, we don't want just another nickel in the pay envelope. We want to, we see collective bargaining as a lever to change the nation as a whole. And so, for example, in the 50s, Reuther was able to get much better unemployment benefits, much better pensions, health insurance, etc. Now, this had a negative side to it, which Reuther thought, and others around him thought, well, the UAW will pioneer this stuff. We will be the vanguard in America. We will, get good pensions for workers. We will get good health insurance for workers. And then this will spread to the rest of society. But what happened was, with the sort of the stagnation in the growth of the trade union movement and the shift to the right in the Cold War, these better wages, better benefits were kind of consigned to just one segment of the society, the organized working class, steel workers, auto workers, rubber workers, etc. And that meant that you really got a kind of privatized welfare state. And today, of course, when company paid pensions or health insurance, this is now in sort of a crisis, and we see and currently, we're trying to make this again a kind of federal program, make this a universal rather than just depending on where you work. But at the time, Reuther thought this was a way in which we would spread this to the rest of society in general. I should make the point here, and I think that the overall point is that strong unions, and the UAW was the best example of this, strong unions in the period from about 1941 to 1973. I mean, this was the period when the standard of living of the American working class doubled. That had never happened in the 20th century anytime. It certainly isn't happening today. And this was a tribute to the power of these unions. But I think there was but clearly by the end of the 60s, by the 60s, the labor had been sort of stalemated in America. We can get into that. Reuther still had, every time there was a bargaining session, every time he worked with LBJ, he had all sorts of ideas about revitalizing urban America. But really the end of the dynamic period of Reuther and Reuther-ism, the phrase was called Reuther-ism, was at hand. Reuther would die in a airplane crash in May of 1970, so he didn't live to see the problems of the 1970s and afterwards. His brother Victor did, and his brother Victor remained a radical and allied himself actually with some people inside the UAW and out of it who were opponents of the heirs of Reuther who were leading the union. And Victor did that all during the 80s and 90s. I should say that Reuther did. There's one legacy that did continue. Reuther died on a airplane trip to Black Lake in northern Michigan, where there was a UAW educational center being set up, and it's there and has lots of classes and things for auto workers and other workers in the UAW. There was another educational center that the UAW didn't actually entirely own it. It was owned by the Michigan AFL-CIO, but the UAW used it a lot. And that was at Port Huron, which was just outside Detroit. And it was all used during the 40s and 50s. Reuther thought it was kind of a recreational slum, he called it. It wasn't a very nice place. So that's why he wanted to build this better camp at Port Huron, at the Black Lake way in the north. And it was better. It's a very beautiful place. But Port Huron was the scene of the SDS radicals who met there in June of 1962 and wrote the Port Huron Statement. And in some ways, this was the best tribute to Reuther, because they were really writing a program for America with, I think, many Rutherite ideas in it, but which would be adopted and carried out by a new generation of radicals. And that was something that Reuther was always interested in. So I'll stop now, and I welcome any questions or anything of that sort you might have. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that interesting overview of Reuther's life. I do have a couple of questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, good. I'll put them up here so people can read. One thing I want to start with is I work at the Ohio County Public Library, which evolved from the Wheeling Public Library. It is not called, it could have been called a Carnegie Library, but it's not. So maybe we could start there.
Sure. Oh, yeah, that's a wonderful story, because before Reuther was born, his father, Valentine, was a young, vigorous socialist. And in, I think it was 1903 or 2 or 3, the Carnegie, of course, was famous and infamous. He was infamous because in 1892, Carnegie and his and Frick, his man in Pittsburgh, had orchestrated the bloody strike and pitched battle between Pinkertons and striking steelworkers at the Homestead Works, and it was a celebrated conflict in which the Pennsylvania Guard and I think the Army were called out to defeat workers, and it was a major event in the history of American labor and the triumph of kind of brutal capitalism that certainly lasted well into the New Deal period, that from the 1892. Well, Carnegie sells out in 1901 for the first billion-dollar company in America. The U.S. Steel was created, and Carnegie becomes the richest man in America there for a while. And he decides to build these libraries, these libraries, and all over the country. There was one in my hometown, the Carnegie Library. Well, that's okay, that's good, but it's called the Carnegie Library, and it was identified by socialists and others as the man who had, killed workers at Homestead was going to what? And so he offered what he would do is he offered the city fathers of Wheeling, look, here's $50,000 to build a library. You have to find the land and help pay for some of the books and the staffing of it. Well, it became a big kind of issue in Wheeling, because the socialists and the left said, wait, we don't want a library with the name of this murderer of workers on it. I think that's one of the slogans was, where in God's green earth can is there any place that Carnegie can't get a monument to his money? So Valentine Reuther soapbox around the town. It became a big issue. Would the city accept the library? I think it needed a supermajority to win, and they didn't get it. The city fathers didn't get it. The socialists and the labor movement won. They rejected the Carnegie Library, but then the city said, okay, we'll build our own library, and they did build it in proletarian South Wheeling. And as I haven't seen, you must be familiar with it, but it was a kind of symbolic victory anyway of the Wheeling working class against this mega rich guy. I mean, of the time. Yeah, it was, and Valentine was very proud of that, and he told that to his kids, and it became a legendary event in Wheeling history.
Yeah, I love to hear the story. I can never hear it enough.
Yeah.
So we did have a hello from the Battle of Homestead Foundation in Pittsburgh. Obviously, they're our partners in labor weeks. Here's a question from the audience that I thought was a pretty good question. Put it up.
Would survive the political? Oh, right. Well, actually, of course, he in the 1950s, I mean, boy, the McCarthyism and the Cold War and socialism was, Reuther. What Reuther would say, he would never he would say, well, I'm working now through the Democratic Party, but I'm in favor of many reforms. I'm in favor of a more equitable society. He never repudiated his ideas. He didn't call them socialist in the 1950s, but he was certainly there. And by the way, when the civil rights movement began, I mean, Reuther had a somewhat ambiguous. He was, of course, supporting it in many formal ways of the civil rights movement. He went to the South. He provided money for King and others during some of the demonstrations. But he thought that the civil rights movement would transform the South, and therefore you would finally be able to have a kind of social democratic America with states like Alabama and Mississippi being liberal bastions rather than conservative. He didn't see the shift of the intransigence of whites in the South and their shift to the Republican Party. I don't think, I've never, on social media and things of that sort. Well, actually, I think Reuther would have actually flourished, and I'll tell you why. He and his friends, he and his it wasn't always just him. As I say, he always brought sophisticated and intelligent people around him. It was never him alone. He was very adept in the 40s and 50s of using radio, using television. In fact, the UAW had a very popular radio program called Shift Break, where some of Reuther's people and himself would get on the radio, and they would, it was called Shift Break. You would go and, when the workers were driving to work, and they had radios in their cars. And, this was very sophisticated for its time. And Reuther wanted to form a national newspaper put out by the labor movement. That didn't quite happen. But they did have very sophisticated, very useful magazines, and one was called Ammo for UAW shop stewards. So I think actually Reuther would have flourished in the era of social media.
Okay. Here's another question from the audience.
Yes, yes, right. Well, that's very good. Reuther was of course a strong supporter of the Great Society. And of the war on poverty. He did think, I guess, this is before the trade wars with Japan, before China becomes and Japan and Germany are eating the cake of the American auto industry. He did think that he still had the ideas of socialism, but he thought American capitalism could work. That is, American auto companies were pretty sophisticated and productive, and he thought we need to redistribute some of the money there. But he thought that capitalism was working, and therefore, some people are left out: African Americans, Appalachian whites, and the war on poverty. We just have to make them take some of the fruits of the successful American capitalism. That turned out to be not to be the case. That the auto industry itself would have big troubles in the late 70s and beyond. The other thing was, I think, that when it came to race, Reuther, while he was formally he spoke at the March on Washington. He was one of the only one of the few. I mean, certainly the most prominent white to speak at the March on Washington, and he was very proud of that and felt gratified by that. And his union helped support the March on Washington. But when it came to questions internal to the union, Reuther was kind of, how to put it, both handicapped and blind to the rising tide of African American militancy in the shops and in their demand for more power in the union. And so he had to sort of, how should I put it, run to catch up with the African Americans inside the union itself. And this left a very bad taste. And you can still find a certain cynicism among African Americans and other people of color when it comes to the Reutherite leadership inside the UAW. I mean, they would say, well, look, you're marching with Chavez in Chicago, in California. You're marching with King and others in Alabama. But what about Detroit? What are you doing in Detroit? And so that became a certain controversy there.
Okay, well, while we're on the subject, I did want to show this image. because it comes from our little archive in Wheeling.
Yeah.
It was produced by Barry Goldwater. And so you see automatically the association with MLK.
Yeah.
Free. This made Reuther an extremist.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I thought I'd ask about that, and also the idea that he kind of had strong opposition from both the left and the right. He was a communist to the right.
Yeah.
He was a conservative, maybe to the left. So can you talk about?
Yeah, very good question. Reuther was, I mean, let me just on the communist question. Reuther worked closely with the communists. Maybe he was a member of the party for a year or so in the middle, just after he got back from the Soviet Union. That's sort of an open question. I'm willing to go either way. Was he a card-carrying member of the party for a year, or was he not? To me, I'm open to that. I don't think it matters that much, because by the late 30s, he was part of a faction that was against the communists, and he was still a socialist, but they were against the communists themselves, and he fought them all during the 1940s and into the early 50s. But what's more interesting, actually, is Goldwater. So Goldwater is a conservative Republican, of course, and was very anti-labor. He's known as a big anti-communist. He was, but he was equally and even more so in some ways anti-labor. And in 1957, there was the famous hearings chaired by Senator McClellan, into corruption in the unions. And of course, Jimmy Hoffa is most famously, put on the carpet and is kind of belligerent. But Walter Reuther is also called before this committee. Now, Reuther and the UAW were basically at least the kind of corruption that we think of associated with Hoffa. None of that was in the UAW at all. And Reuther came out of those hearings clean as a whistle, etc. However, Barry Goldwater said at the time, I think he said it publicly, he said, "I'd rather deal with Jimmy Hoffa than Walter Reuther. Jimmy Hoffa just wants to take our money. Walter Reuther wants to take our freedom." And what he meant by freedom there was the freedom of capitalists to do whatever they damn well pleased with their property and with their profits and with the workers. Now, yes, and it's true, Walter Reuther was ambitious in that respect. He wanted to deprive capitalists of their freedom. And so the right saw Reuther as a real bogeyman in this period, the 50s and 60s, they would, they saw the union as too powerful, and so the Goldwater would put. He had one poster, I think, when he, I think it was in the late 50s, in which they said defeat the Reuther, slate. They had Reuther, his picture, running for every office that every Democrat wanted. I mean, because there was a sense that Reuther was manipulating the Democrats behind the back. This wasn't true at all. In fact, Reuther's power in the Democratic Party was declining. But the big labor, the idea of big labor as sort of the power behind the throne was something the right latched onto very strongly in this period.
Okay, thank you. Here's a question from the current archivist at the Reuther Library in Wayne State.
The answer is no. The answer is no. And there was speculation, various moments, would say, oh, Reuther especially in the early 50s, late 40s, he was very popular. Oh, he should run for office. He would run for office. But in my biography of him, I make this point. Reuther was supremely ambitious politically and economically. He was ambitious, no doubt about it. But his ambition was far more profound and important than just running for office. He wanted to change the bedrock structures of society. He just getting somebody elected or himself certainly was not about to do that. He supported various kinds of candidates, in the Democratic Party, toyed with the idea of a Labor Party in the late 1940s, but he was never for himself did he think about political office? He thought that was not as important as the UAW becoming stronger and more powerful and bargaining and making its political weight felt, in various in state legislatures or on the national scene. So I think I'm willing to say a definitive no on that, not because he was a wallflower or not, but because he was ambitious. He wasn't going to run for office.
Very good. Here's a question from a gentleman who came to Wheeling from Michigan.
Yeah, well, a good question. That is a good question. He was proud of the fact he came from Wheeling. They would return to Wheeling, for family reunions all the time, as long as his parents were alive, certainly through the 30s and the 40s. Yes, he was. Yeah, he didn't think of himself as an Appalachian, not at all. He thought of himself as coming out of the industrial working class and immigrant working class German, proud of his German roots. And he enjoyed very much coming back to Wheeling, a little more rural than Detroit, and the family had a kind of place. I believe it was a little bit out in the country, but he didn't think of himself as Appalachian. That was not his identity at all. And later on, and I should say, part of his cosmopolitan sense, he marries May Wolfe, who is from a Jewish immigrant family. His friends, his best friends, are sort of intellectuals in Detroit. He's very, very at ease in this other world. So he doesn't think of himself as Appalachian, no.
Okay. Here's another question from the Battle of Homestead.
Yeah. Well, the hard question, a good question, which is what is the legacy of Walter Reuther? That's a very, yes. Well, I do think it is that a trade union movement, to be successful, has to have both a political side to it and an industrial side to it. That you have to have both, and that if you think that you can just sort of cut a deal with whoever your bargaining partner is, that's not going to work, because there's all sorts of things going on in the world, international competition and politics that are going to get in the way. Now, I might as well say this: there's a lot of people in this country who think that, Detroit has had a lot of problems. That's because the auto workers were greedy and wanted too much, and so naturally, industry closed down or went away. And that's an idea that's propagated by the American right, and it's really seeped into American culture. And I find that all the time. I think that the mobility of capital, which is what happened, that is, auto companies in Detroit, they'd say, well, we're going to build our next plant in Mexico or China, for that matter. GM produces more cars in China today than does the U.S. The mobility of capital is the Achilles heel of the labor movement in the United States, has been for years. Reuther tried to figure out a way to stop that, to sort of get controls on capital. This means controls on finance, controls on Wall Street. But without that, yes, you raise wages in Detroit, capital's just going to take off. So what's the alternative? Don't raise wages, live miserably, live at the same standard living as people abroad? No. So I think the answer is that and this is one legacy of Reuther, a trade union movement has to be ambitious in this not just a kind of political way, in a kind of electoral politics, but ambitious in a broader sense in reshaping society and getting controls today. The question is, how do we get controls on finance? And I think that is something that is the task of the left in America.
Okay. Well, maybe this is a good. I'm going to break in here because we're live again. I see that our next guest is in the studio, so I'm going to take a moment just to talk about a couple of things before we introduce him. For one thing, I noticed that I'm wearing the same outfit I did the other day when I recorded that video, but that's because I have my Walter Reuther tie on, Reuther-Pollack. There you go. So I can be forgiven for that. And also I wanted to apologize for, I'm just still learning about StreamYard. Apparently you cannot mute your microphone while a video is playing. So I had to leave the live mic on, and you may have heard my cat screaming in the background, among other things. So I apologize for that while we were watching the video. But you may have also noticed this that I was using in the video and today, the Lunch with Books soup mug. If you'd like a chance to win one of those Tuesday at noon at our next Lunch with Books, Phil Greenwald will be talking about the Revolutionary War, something new for us. Lexington and Concord to be specific, and we will give away one of those soup mugs to a person who asks a question and is randomly selected in our drawing. So, without further ado, let me introduce our next guest. He has actually been a guest at the symposium previously. He's the first that we've had back. And that's not because the others weren't excellent, but he's here today to talk about Blair Mountain, as you saw. Charles B. Keeney is a professor of history at Southern West Virginia Community and Technical College. He served as president of Friends of Blair Mountain and was a founding member of the West Virginia Mine Wars Museum. He has a new book coming out called The Road to Blair Mountain, Saving a Mine Wars Battlefield from King Coal. And you can get that book at wvupressonline.com. Now, I'm going to be helping Chuck with his PowerPoint, so bear with us. I'm going to bring him up now. There he is. Well, okay, I'm going to go away, Chuck, and I'll put up your PowerPoint, and if there's anything wrong, I'll be able to hear you, but I won't be able to see you. So,
okay,
another quirk of this platform. But here I go, and here is Chuck Keeney.
Thank you, guys. I want to thank the Labor History Symposium for having me back. It was a great event I went to a couple of years ago, and I think it's wonderful that you guys are, highlighting the really proud labor heritage that we have in West Virginia and Appalachia. And so many significant people came from these mountains and came from this region, and so we're really thrilled that the Walls Foundation is doing what they do, and I'm just really happy to be a part of it. And I've been listening all day, and have been really enjoying the presentations that people have been going. So today we're going to talk about Blair Mountain, and we're going to talk about the Blair Mountain battlefield. Now, this is may seem like a bit of a departure from the previous talks, but I want to tie it into the theme here at the beginning. You see, first and foremost, this is solidarity against hate, and that's obviously an appropriate theme to be having this year. It's really an appropriate theme any year. And when you think about the Battle of Blair Mountain, and you think about the labor movement in the Central Appalachian coal fields in the early part of the 20th century, what you find is a coalition that was built between white natives, immigrants, and African-American miners. One of the significant stories that I always bring up about the March on Logan preceding the Battle of Blair Mountain is that whenever the miners were marching through, when they went into Sharples, actually, or Sharplas, if you are from there, that's how they pronounce it there, there was once a thriving little coal town in the 20s. Now it's nothing really. It's been completely abandoned almost. But in 1921, it was a thriving coal town, and they had a cafeteria, company cafeteria there in the town, and it was divided into separate rooms. And there was a room for the white miners to eat in, a room for the black miners to eat in, and a room for the immigrants, and then a separate room for management. Well, when the miners went through, one of the things they did is they forced the company cooks to serve everyone in the same room. And they did this in various places throughout the march as they desegregated places. And this is 1921. You have to remember this is 43 years before the Civil Rights Act gets passed. And so this was a really important moment. And I remember discussing this incident with Ron English. Ron English is a prominent civil rights leader, lives in West Virginia, was a preacher for many, many years before I believe he recently retired. But he knew Martin Luther King. And he said, as I was telling him the story about what had happened at Sharples and about how they had forced the cooks to feed everybody in the same room, and about the significance of those groups coming together, one of the things that English had said to me, and I should mention also, not only did English know Dr. King, Dr. King gave Ron English his first suit. It's Ron English who said the prayer at Dr. King's funeral. It's English who was also there when Martin Luther King gave his famous I Have a Dream speech. And so he knew Dr. King intimately. And when I told him the story about Blair Mountain, one of the things that English said to me was, that's why they killed Martin Luther King. That's why they found him so dangerous at the end of his life. Well, these are his words, not mine. He said that because if there's anything that the powers that be fear most, it's the idea of rural, poor whites and immigrants and African Americans all on the same side. It's incredibly important to the powers that be to keep those groups at odds with one another. And Blair Mountain was an exception to that. And he said one of the reasons they wanted to kill King is because towards the end, before he was assassinated, he wanted to create this coalition. He wanted to reach out to poor rural whites, and he wanted to build that coalition. And that's one thing that the powers that be would not want to happen or would not let happen. And this is something that did briefly happen at Blair Mountain and with the union movement in the coal fields in the early 20th century. And the reason I bring up the story is because this is one of the primary motives and one of the primary things that the coal companies and the powers that be benefited from when they were trying to destroy the Blair Mountain battlefield. They wanted to erase this history, and they wanted to use mountaintop removal in order to do so. They had some other things that they wanted to do as well. So with that in mind, the topic of saving Blair Mountain is so big. I've got a whole book coming out about it, and it's a little over 300 pages. And what we're going to talk about today is just one chapter in the whole saga of saving the Blair Mountain battlefield. And this is going to kind of get us away from just strict labor history, but I think it's important to understand what links that you need to go to in order to preserve our history and the steps that need to be taken. What you see before you is Blair Mountain itself, proper. That picture was taken almost a decade ago of Blair Mountain. And preservation efforts surrounding the battlefield really began in the early 90s with a guy by the name of Keeney King. Just let me give you a little brief background on early preservation efforts. Keeney King was a grandson of a coal miner who fought at Blair Mountain. Keeney just took it upon himself to go up around the battlefield, not just around Blair Mountain itself, but the entire length of the battlefield, which we'll get to in just a second. But Keeney began to go up into the woods with a metal detector and began searching for any kind of artifacts that might be related to the battle. And what he found was a treasure trove. He found hundreds upon hundreds of bullet shell casings. He found guns. He found entrenchments where along the ridge line, specifically Spruce Fork Ridge, where the co-operators army had dug in. He found a completely preserved and intact archaeological site. For a professional archaeologist, this would have been a dream discovery. Many archaeologists spend their whole careers and never discover something this big. Keeney had found it all. And after a few years of working on this, he began to find that the coal industry had prepared to blast the battlefield with mountaintop removal coal mining. Now, it's going to be a little bit deeper than that, but we're going to get into that in just a moment. So he found out that they're going to blast it. They have permits, surface mining permits on the battlefield. Keeney then moves to try to get the battlefield put on the National Register of Historic Places. Now, that in and of itself is a long story, just getting it on the National Register. But long story short, after several years of trying and the assistance of some other people like Harvard Ayers and Barbara Rasmussen, Keeney is able to finally prepare a nomination with their assistance that gets accepted through the State Historic Preservation Office. And in March 2009, Blair Mountain is put on the National Register of Historic Places. However, the coal industry quickly objected. Jackson Kelly, the primary law firm that usually represents the coal industry, they not only represent the coal industry in these matters, but they typically represent the coal industry whenever the industry is fighting black lung benefits or just about anything else. They're kind of the go-to law firm for the coal industry in West Virginia. They challenged the designation of Blair Mountain on the National Register. At the time, Don Blankenship, who was CEO of Massey Energy, also threatened to sue the State Historic Preservation Office and each of the individual staff members of the State Historic Preservation Office. A lot of wrangling took place. Jackson Kelly said that the landowner list was illegitimate, that the State Historic Preservation Office was used. Anyway, it got challenged, and in December of 2009, it was delisted from the National Register of Historic Places. That delisting led to a preservation movement around Blair Mountain and around the Blair Mountain battlefield. And what it would culminate in was this protest march in 2011. Following year, about 11 months, in fact, after the Blair Mountain battlefield was taken off the National Register, I attended a meeting in Pigeon Roost Hollow at Jimmy Weekly's house with a number of other individuals who were activists, and Kenny King was among them, and Jimmy Weekly was there, and a few others. And we decided to organize a protest march that would last for a full week. It would cover the exact same ground as the Blair Mountain, as the March on Logan in 1921. There you can see a picture. On the left, you will see a picture of one of the bullets that Kenny King found. He found tons of these. I thought that was one of the more interesting photos that he has. But he's got all of these documentation of all these different sites that he did. He really was not a trained archaeologist, but he was able to go up there and find really important evidence that showed that the site contained historical integrity. And I'll get back to that in 1 second also. A lot of information I'm going over here, but try to stay with me. On the right, you see the protest march. That is Friday of the protest march, just before we get into the community of Blair itself. And you can see the line there of the protesters snaking through the roads. That culminated on Saturday. We had a rally at Blair. And then we marched all the way up to the southern crest of Blair Mountain. You can see in this picture in the front, this was the front of the line going up to the southern crest of Blair Mountain. And that's Larry Gibson and Jimmy Weekly. Larry Gibson, who's in the neon t-shirt there, was the founder of Keepers of the Mountains, a prominent anti-mountaintop removal environmental group in the region. And Jimmy Weekly, who was one of the first crusaders against mountaintop removal. He actually won a lawsuit against Arch Coal that prevented the blasting near his house at a mine site called Spruce Number 1. But Jimmy Weekly also had an ancestor that fought at Blair Mountain as well. And you can see behind that signs from the UMWA Local 1440, which was the only UMWA local that supported our protest march. The UMWA as a national organization did not actually endorse the march. And that was because of a rift between environmental groups and the United Mine Workers of America. Mike, in his talk earlier today, mentioned the significance and the importance of coalition building that needs to happen, particularly between environmental groups and labor groups. And there was a lot of tension between environmental groups and labor groups when we started this protest, because the UMWA at the time endorsed mountaintop removal coal mining. And the march, the environmentalists on the march wanted the march not to be just about saving Blair Mountain, but also about ending all mountaintop removal. And because of that stance, the United Mine Workers as an organization would not endorse our march. So we went without their full support. We did have one Union Local 1440, that has been a strong ally ever since then. In fact, it's UMWA Local 1440 that owns the building that is now housing the West Virginia Mine Wars Museum. So we've built up a huge relationship with Local 1440 and with the UMWA in general since that time. But it was a long road to get the UMWA to come on board. And one of the things that we had to do as at Friends of Blair Mountain was kind of be a bridge between the United Mine Workers on one hand and the Sierra Club and some of these other environmental groups on the other hand, and get them going together. And Blair Mountain was the common ground with which they could find. But that's in another part of my book. Let's get back to this. The march was incredibly successful. We had 800 people that ascended the Southern Summit on Saturday of that day. You had about 1,100 people that showed up for the rally at the bottom at Blair, and about 800 went up with us. So it was a big event. It got national attention. It got national news coverage. CNN did an hour-long documentary about it. Everybody was excited. It was a huge emotional rush. But at the end of the day, we hadn't saved the battlefield. We hadn't saved Blair Mountain. We hadn't ended mountaintop removal. It was a huge emotional event. It certainly brought a lot of attention to the battlefield. It made it a point of discussion. It galvanized some local activists, but it didn't save Blair Mountain. It didn't cause the political powers that be, Governor Earl Ray Tomlin at the time, or the coal companies to say, we give up, we're not going to mine it now. It didn't cause the politicians to say, we're going to step out and protect this. We couldn't get any politicians in the state of West Virginia to come out in support of us. So the march had happened, but we hadn't saved Blair Mountain. And at the end of the day, after many of the marchers who came from out of state had left, it was just kind of a core group that stayed behind, and they had to come up with a plan to try to figure out how we're going to proceed. And that's what we did. A couple months after the march, I was put in charge, or well, not put in charge, but voted as president of Friends of Blair Mountain. And we set up on a different path. Protests, of course, have been extraordinarily successful for a lot of grassroots movements in the past. Protests can, and I think will be successful in the future. But at the same time, we wanted to move beyond just protests. And the reason that I talk about that is because it's easy to hold up a sign that says Save Blair Mountain and march on the side of the road. I mean, anybody can do that. However, coming up with a detailed plan on how you're going to actually make that happen is something else altogether. And it's a part of activism that a lot of people don't pay very much attention to. They just think about the protest part of it, and they forget all of these other things. And one of the keys to our success in saving the Blair Mountain battlefield was we became citizen regulators. More than just depending upon regulatory agencies and politicians to step forward and act, we kind of became the regulators ourselves. Let me explain what I mean by that. What you see on the screen in front of you is the Blair Mountain battlefield. Now, down in the bottom right corner of the screen, you see a boxed in area. Okay, that boxed in area at the bottom right, okay, that is Blair Mountain proper. That's Blair Mountain itself, all the way down at the bottom in orange. And you can see the orange lines as it snakes all the way up the orange area. That's the Blair Mountain battlefield. And one of the things that you see right away is that the battlefield itself is much larger than Blair Mountain. And that's actually typical for a lot of battles, like the Battle of Bunker Hill in the Revolutionary War was much bigger than actually Bunker Hill. In fact, a lot of the battle was on neighboring Breed's Hill, or the Battle of San Juan Hill in the Spanish-American War. A lot of these battles that are named after one hill, they're actually a lot bigger in many cases than those battles. And what you're looking at in the orange area is ridge lines that extend for about 12 miles. The coal companies could have blasted 90% of the entire battlefield area without even touching Blair Mountain itself, to give you an idea of the size of this battlefield. So it's very large. And to give you some perspective on that, the World War I battlefield of Verdun, that battle started on an 8-mile front. Okay, and we would expand later, but started on an 8-mile front. The Battle of Blair Mountain waged on about a 12-mile front. So enormous size of this battle. So when people talk about the Battle of Blair Mountain, please understand that we're talking about an area that's much, much larger than Blair Mountain itself. Now, if you also look at this map, what you're seeing is a number of these different colored blobs on the map. And those blobs represent surface mine permits. And there are 3 surface mine permits that overlap onto the Blair Mountain battlefield. 3 different ones with 2 different coal corporations. Okay, one of them is Adkins Fork down at the bottom left in light blue. And you can see diagonal lines going on to the Blair Mountain battlefield, which show where it overlaps. It's a little difficult to see with the size of the map that you're looking at. But down in the square, the area designated southern flank, if you can see it, that's where the Adkins Fork surface mine is. And that was a surface mine that is directly threatening Blair Mountain itself. You go a little bit up and to the left, diagonal, you will see another kind of a light yellow blob just above the square. That's Camp Branch. And you go further up, you see a darker yellow that overlaps onto the battlefield. That's Bumbo number 2. So there were 3 different surface mine permits that overlapped onto the battlefield. We had to figure out how to stop these permits and how to either get restrictions placed on them or get them revoked. Some way, somehow, and get this going. What I'm going to focus on right now for the next few minutes is the Camp Branch surface mine. The Camp Branch surface mine saw the most significant and most important parts in the battle to save Blair Mountain. So, 2011 protest ends, everybody's excited, but still yet we hadn't made any tangible progress in preserving the battlefield. We were trying to figure out what to do. In September, just a couple months after the protest march, in September of 2011, late August, early September, we began hearing rumors that there was some activity going up on the battlefield. We didn't know what, because a lot of the area of the battlefield is far away from main roads. It's on private property. You can't just stroll up there and see what's there. So what we did is, in order to find out what was going on, when we were hearing rumors from people in the community of Blair that they were hearing machinery and Arch Coal was sending stuff back and forth and Alpha was doing some things, people were suspicious of machinery being moved around, noises, seeing increased activity, but nobody knew exactly what was going on. So we secured a flyover from a local pilot who was able to get us a flyover of the Blair Mountain battlefield. And Kenny King and Paul Corbett Brown, 2 of our important members, went on this flyover. This was on September the 13th, 2011. We did a flyover of the Blair Mountain battlefield. And what they found were surface disturbances, new significant surface disturbances that occurred on the Camp Branch surface mine, specifically an area of the Camp Branch surface mine called Area B. Now, what you're seeing right now is a close-up of the Camp Branch surface mine. And you can see that it's divided up into 2 areas. There's an Area A, which has already been surface mined, by the way, and Area B, which has not been mined. Area B is the section of the Camp Branch surface mine that overlaps onto the Blair Mountain battlefield. Well, we had found surface disturbances on Area B with the flyover. And we were really concerned about what to do. And we were really concerned about how we're going to stop this. So what we do First thing we do is we begin using the Freedom of Information Act. And we began contacting all the regulatory agencies to find out all the documentation we could find regarding the Blair Mountain battlefield. This was a crucial element to our success, the Freedom of Information Act, and doing a whole lot of research. Now, doing research and poring over letters and documents and maps and learning regulations and learning the law is not nearly as glamorous as holding a protest and standing in big crowds and jumping up and down and shouting. It's much less glamorous. On the other hand, it is essential to victory. Anybody that's grown up in coal country, anybody that knows anything about the coal industry, knows that the coal industry cuts regulations. They cut corners. They dismiss regulations at almost every single opportunity. Anytime they can get away with it, they ignore regulations. There's actually a ton of regulations on coal companies. There's a ton of stuff in the books. However, a lot of the stuff isn't enforced. And what we decided is we knew that there had to be some regulations on the Blair Mountain battlefield that the coal industry had ignored. We just assumed this based on what we all knew about the coal industry and knowing about the history of coal mining in southern West Virginia. So we knew they had to have broken some regulations. It was simply a matter of finding out what they broke and finding documentation for it. And that would give us the tools that we needed to put a stop to mining on the Blair Mountain battlefield. So we find these surface disturbances, and this is from Google Earth. You see in the previous slide, you saw part A and part B. Here it is from the air. And what you see is in the parts that's kind of circled there is these surface disturbances on part B. Now, only the kind of the part that's curved there in kind of a crescent shape is the only part that really actually cuts onto the Blair Mountain battlefield. But this area was coming dangerously close, and it was getting to within 1,000 feet of the battlefield. So what were we going to do about this? Well, this is where we had to learn a lot about the law and a lot about the agencies. There are three main agencies that regulate surface mining. One of them is the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection, WVDEP, the State Department of Environmental Protection. They're the ones that approve permits. Then there was a federal agency that kind of oversees or looks over the shoulder of DEP. That is the Office of Surface Mining Regulation and Enforcement, OSMRE. And luckily there will not be a test at the end of this talk, so you don't have to remember all of these, but you can read about them in excruciating detail in my book. And then there's the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers is also, of course, a federal agency. And what the Army Corps does is they regulate the water and protect the waterways of the United States. If the coal industry has a surface mining permit that is going to impact any waterways, they have to go to the Army Corps of Engineers and they have to get what's called a 404 permit. And it's the Army Corps that approves that. So in a lot of cases, when coal companies want surface mining permits, they have to get a mining permit from DEP. Then they also have to go get a 404 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. And if DEP is not enforcing regulations properly, then the federal agency, OSMRE, can then intervene. That doesn't sound confusing. I don't know what does. But anyway, that's where we were. We had to learn who these agencies were and how to approach them. So we approached the agencies. We wrote them emails. We called them to find out, hey, we've got surface disturbances on Camp Branch Area B, and we need to find out what's going on. Well, there was a whole lot going on Camp Branch Area B that we didn't know about, and this led us down this huge rabbit hole. Now, as all of these things were unfolding, the Camp Branch permit went up for renewal. Now, something about permits. Permits are often done by coal companies many, many years in advance. In fact, the Camp Branch permit was originally approved back in 1991. Years passed before the coal companies even touched the land on Camp Branch, and that's because what coal companies do is they get permits to big acreage many years in advance of when they actually plan on doing the mining. And the reason that they do that is they do it to hold up the land so that nothing else can be done with the land. There can't be any alternative development. You can't put in any stores or any businesses or parks or anything like that. So they can lock that land up so that they can then mine at their leisure whenever they have the market conditions are favorable. So once they got this permit, but then it was up for renewal in 2012. It had been renewed a couple of times since then, and it was up for renewal in 2012. And in March 2012, they have a permit hearing. Whenever a permit's up for renewal, you can request a public hearing about it. And so we had a public hearing with the DEP in March 2012 at the Logan County High School gym. Actually at the auditorium connected to the gym in Logan County, right in Logan Town at the high school. This was an interesting event because members of Friends of Blair Mountain showed up for the event. I actually couldn't be there at that event because I was teaching an evening class that night, but our other members went. And they get there, DEP people are up on the stage along with the OSMRE, and 100+ miners file into the area, all wearing their hard hats and their mining uniforms. They were brought in by the coal companies. And it was a pretty tense, angry atmosphere as proponents for the coal industry got up and talked and said that we were just a bunch of environmentalists that didn't know anything about the history, and it was just an anti-coal agenda, and we were trying to take away coal jobs, and this was about environmentalism, and it had nothing to do with the history. And at that permit hearing, a couple of our board members, Joe Stanley and Mary Lynn Evans, were threatened with violence. Somebody threatened to shoot Joe Stanley. Because after the permit hearing was over, a lot of miners came up to them and approached them, and there was some potential for real violence to occur right there. But they ended up getting out of there safely. The permit renewal was approved by the regulatory agency, so the permit hearing didn't do us any good. But we saw that the industry was really determined to make sure that this permit went through. And they were painting us as environmentalists who knew nothing about history and only had an anti-coal agenda. Well, we continued to get FOIAs in the mail after this. The tension was building around Camp Branch, and we couldn't figure out why Camp Branch seemed so important. But the FOIAs would give us some clues. Now, what you have here are portions of a letter that was sent between General Alan Tackett and John Jones, president of Aracoma Coal Company. Aracoma Coal was a subsidiary. At one time, they were a subsidiary of Massey Energy. Then once Massey was overtaken by Alpha, they became a subsidiary of Alpha Natural Resources. This is Natural Resource Partners, the letterheading. That's the landowner. It gets a little complicated, but point being, this letter was written while Blair Mountain was listed on the National Register of Historic Places. This is a highly significant letter. There's another letter too, but I'm just showing you portions of one of them to get the point across. This was back and forth between the landowner and the National Guard. General Tackett was at the time the Major General and the Adjutant General for the state of West Virginia. He was the predecessor to General James Hoyer, who is the Adjutant General today. According to the West Virginia State Code, there can be no surface mining on any property that is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. That is in the state code. No surface mining on any property that is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. I told you that it was listed in 2009, from March to December 2009. Meanwhile, in October and November, through our FOIAs, we ended up getting a hold of some letters going back and forth between the National Guard and the coal industry. And these letters showed that they planned to build a National Guard base on the site of the Camp Branch permit. The letter gives you some details, but it's supposed to be a drop zone. There's supposed to be 2 runways, a 4,000-foot runway and a 7,000-foot runway. By the time we get to 2013, the 4,000-foot runway had already been constructed and was already in use. The National Guard was already using it. They were doing it for training for troops that were going to Afghanistan. They would also be using it as possibly a stationing point for relief efforts that the National Guard might do in southern West Virginia after flooding. They said it would be key to the fight against global terrorism. They also, if you see page 2, the last page of that, I don't know if you can go up forward and read it, but one of the things that it does say is the site is favorably endorsed by the civilian population and the governor's office. So in the letter, they recognized that the governor of West Virginia was aware, the governor at that time was Joe Manchin, that it was endorsed by the governor and that they planned on doing this. The problem, of course, was that part of the Camp Branch permit overlapped onto the Blair Mountain battlefield. And the Blair Mountain battlefield was, at the time that this letter was written, in November the 4th, 2009, the Blair Mountain battlefield was on the National Register at that point in time, which meant these plans that were being made were null and void as long as Blair Mountain was on the National Register. 1 month later, after this letter was written, Blair Mountain is delisted from the National Register of Historic Places, and the plans for the National Guard base are now on. We learned a lot of things from this. First of all, we ended up taking on a lawyer that agreed to represent us because we realized that we were kind of getting in over our heads. And we tried to reach out to some national organizations when we found out about the National Guard base. We went to the Sierra Club, we went to the UMWA, we went to the National Trust for Historic Preservation. And at first, none of these groups would really believed us or would help us or knew what to do about it. The idea of this was more than just taking on the coal industry, because now this was the military-industrial complex. What were we going to do? Well, the first thing we did is we set up meetings with General Hoyer, who by 2013 was the new Adjutant General of the state of West Virginia. So I met with General Hoyer twice in the summer of 2013. And what we found out was something pretty interesting. We found out, first of all, according to General Hoyer, the coal industry approached the National Guard about using the Camp Branch area as a base. And what they were going to do is they were going to blast Area B, the part of the battlefield, and then they were going to take the overburden from this blast, okay, and use the overburden. What overburden is the rock that's not coal. When they blast the top of a mountain, all the rock that's not coal is called overburden. So they were going to take that rock and use it to build a 7,000-foot runway for the National Guard. It was going to be a crisscrossing runway, 4,000-foot runway going one way and the 7,000-foot runway going across it. And what we found with that was that they were going to use the part that they blasted from the battlefield to build the runway. Now, the base itself was not actually going to be on the battlefield. It was going to be near the battlefield, not actually on it. But they were going to blast part of the battlefield in order to build one of the runways for the base. So we've got a serious issue here, and we don't really know how to deal with it at first. Here is a photograph taken from the ridge lines on Camp Branch Area B. You can look up into the distance of that and see where the 4,000-foot runway is setting. You can't see it too well, but you can see it off in the distance. So that photograph was taken a couple years ago, I think about 4 years ago. You can see where these are. And in fact, the runway, the one runway that's there today, is still in use by the National Guard. In fact, the Royal Air Force, the British Royal Air Force, has used that drop zone and that base for training exercises as well. Nonetheless, what we decided to do is we have documentation that that this base was going to happen. We also have documentation that they had surface disturbances, but we needed more, and we found it. We found documentation from the Army Corps of Engineers in a letter by the coal companies whenever they were trying to get their 404 permit. And I'm going to read to you from one of these letters. I'm burning through the time here, so I'm going to try to speed up. But let me read from this letter. Is Aracoma Coal, remember that is the main coal company that's going for this permit. Aracoma Coal Company understands that the Battle of Blair Mountain may be partially within the proposed project area of its Camp Branch surface mine permit, and that the site may be nominated in the National Register of Historic Places. Because any potential surface impacts to the area of interest would not occur for several years, Aracoma Coal Company hereby requests that their 404 permit application be approved conditionally, with the understanding that no surface disturbance on Area B will occur until the question of eligibility for inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places is resolved. In other words, they were guaranteeing the regulatory agencies that they would not disturb anything on Area B until the National Register issue is resolved. We had found that they had disturbed areas on Part B, and that the regulatory agencies didn't do anything about it. We went to these regulatory agencies. We met with them numerous times. DEP said it's not our responsibility. It's Army Corps' responsibility to enforce that. We went to Army Corps, and they said it's not our responsibility. It West Virginia DEP's responsibility. Go talk to them. So we were going back and forth. We went to OSMRE also. Eventually, because of the evidence that we had, because that we'd met with General Hoyer, because we had paper evidence and we had photographic evidence from the sky, we were able to secure a citizen's site inspection of Camp Branch Area B to show that there had been areas of disturbance on Part B. And so a citizen site inspection was set up for September the 10th, 2013. What you're looking at is a photograph taken from one of the surface disturbance areas on Camp Branch Area B. Or if you remember the slide that showed it from the air, you can see it didn't look like that big of a disturbance. But when you look at it from the ground, you can see that enormous areas were clear cut, which is usually a precursor to surface mining, to clear cut the area. And these were areas where there were defensive entrenchments that had been built that Kenny King had found as early as 2009. And these areas had been wiped out just a couple of months after our protest march in 2011. We get documentations of this. Now, everything about this citizen site inspection went wrong. There's a big saga about this. What happened briefly when our members get there, I was not able to attend this citizen site inspection myself because I was teaching class at the time, and it was during the week. So Joe Stanley was there, Paul Corbett Brown was there, Kenny King was there, and a couple of our other board members were there. And also West Virginia DEP was there, and OSMRE, Office of Surface Mining Regulation Enforcement, the federal agency. They were also there. Well, as we arrived at the site, at citizens' site inspections, the companies are not supposed to be notified. But when we got there, our board members found out that the coal executives had been notified and they were there waiting on us. In the meantime, an armed guard with a green uniform that had no markings on it approached the group. An altercation occurred with Kenny King. They brought Kenny King aside and the guards were yelling and screaming at him. Joe Stanley tried to try to be a mediator and calm things down. And the guard threatened to shoot Joe Stanley in front of everybody. That got the citizen site inspection off to a nice start. Kenny King would later fall and break his ankle in the midst of this site inspection. We actually did not get to go all the way on to Area B on this site inspection. Kenny was in the hospital for a few days after he'd fell and broke his ankle. Joe was pretty shook after he was threatened to be shot by the guard. We would find out later that the guard was an out-of-uniform state trooper. And we didn't get to document. The picture that you're looking at is from the second site inspection that we did. We didn't get to document any of these surface disturbances at first. It was cut off because the first citizen site inspection went so horribly. We appealed our case to the West Virginia Surface Mine Board. Now, for those of you that don't know, the West Virginia Surface Mine Board handles potential disputes and potential violations by the coal industry. And if the regulatory agencies aren't doing their job, you can take an appeal to the Surface Mine Board, which is what we did. We had to win a unanimous decision by the Surface Mine Board in order to be able to go back to Camp Branch and document these sites. The time between our hearing was scheduled for December the 9th, 2013. The period between September and December, when we had our site inspection and when we went before the Surface Mine Board, is some of the most intense couple of months of my life and the lives of everybody that was involved. We were followed regularly, sometimes by police. We had all of us had our emails hacked. We had our website hacked. We had our mail opened. I had my mail opened. Joe Stanley had his mail open. Our lawyer had her mail opened. We documented this stuff, by the way. We were followed. People, we would go and have our meetings in certain places, like at Panera Bread and in Charleston at Southridge. And people, there was like suspicious characters that would follow us and take pictures of us with their phones. It was pretty intense with all this going on. We found, though, that we persevered. I could one really interesting story is the day before Thanksgiving, and this was just a few days before our appeal, just a couple of weeks before our appeal before the Surface Mine Board. Day before Thanksgiving, I get an email in the email from the West Virginia State Tax Department that said that Friends of Blair Mountain had improperly filled out a tax form in 2010, 3 years before, and as a result, we were placed as an organization not in good standing with the Secretary of State's office. And because of this supposed tax form that wasn't filled out properly. It wasn't that we hadn't paid our taxes. It was that they said a form was done improperly. And as a result, we were no longer an organization in good standing with the Secretary of State's office. If I could not get us reinstated by the end of that business day, then our whole case was gone, because you had to be an organization in good standing, and you had to file within 10 business days of an appeal in order for your appeal to go on. If I couldn't get us reinstated the day before Thanksgiving, when all the state agencies were shutting down early that day, then our whole appeal was lost. I had to go to the state's tax office, redo a whole bunch of forms, find some old lady who didn't know what was going on to help me and walk my way through it and get us reinstated, then go to the Secretary of State's office. And there was one lady left at the Secretary of State's office working that day, and she was leaving for the day when I walked in. It was just 1 o'clock in the afternoon too. And I talked her into staying an extra 15 minutes to get us reinstated. But we almost got blown out of the water there by a dirty trick that the state tried to play on us at the last minute. Anyway, we had an 8-hour hearing on December the 9th, 2013, and we won a unanimous decision and got to go back to the Blair Mountain battlefield on March the 10th, 2014. That is when we documented those surface disturbances, one of which that you see there. And once we did that, we were able on May the 2nd to have a full-on meeting with all the regulatory agencies. OSMRE, which had opened up a federal investigation into these surface disturbances. Our site visit did get two federal investigations started on DEP because of their negligence in enforcing the documentation that we had shown. On May the 2nd, we had this meeting with OSMRE, West Virginia DEP, and the Army Corps of Engineers. It's the only time that all of the regulatory agencies had ever gotten into the same room to talk about the Blair Mountain battlefield. And what we got them to do there is, because of the surface disturbances that were found there, because of the violations that were found there, because the coal companies promised not to do surface disturbances because we had documented it, West Virginia DEP was forced to order Aracoma Coal to modify the permit, and they forbade any kind of surface mining within 1,000 feet of the battlefield until the issue of Blair Mountain was resolved. In 2018, the issue of Blair Mountain was resolved when Blair Mountain was put back on the National Register of Historic Places. The National Guard has since dropped its plans to build the 7,000-foot runway. They are still using the site on Camp Branch Area A with the 4,000-foot permit, but they're not building the 7,000-foot runway, which means the Blair Mountain battlefield is protected on that site. Had we not been able to stop them at Camp Branch and they would have blasted there, it would have left it wide open for them to blast the remainder of the battlefield. But this was a significant victory. And it was key to saving the whole battlefield at all, because we were able to get in the door with the regulatory agencies. We were able to document violations that had been done, and we were able to learn the law well enough to exercise our rights as citizens to come across with a successful way of preserving this history. I wanted to cut off about 10 minutes early in order to leave time for questions, so that was a brief thing. You can read about all of this in much detail and much more than this itself in my book, The Road to Blair Mountain, Saving a Mine Wars Battlefield from King Coal, which will be out January 1st. And you can pre-order that at WVU Press or at Amazon.com. Okay, do we have any questions from our viewers? I can't.
I'm waiting. We'll wait and see if anybody has a question. Although it looks like we have something. We had a lot of people commenting about the intimidation and the tactics that they used.
Right. Okay.
And so I wanted to ask, why do we as a state continue to allow this to happen, do you think? We've always been exploited by outside interests, and it seems to continue, not just in the coal fields, but everywhere in the state, in my opinion. What's the malfunction here, in your opinion?
I refer to it as the mind guard system in my book. But everybody knows about the mine guard system, of course, MINE, the mine guards, which were these private guards hired out usually from the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, right, that enforced company rule. What I talk about after the Great Depression is the mind guard system, in which the industry is able to set up this type of power structure to where they almost make King Coal into a cult of personality. And it affects not just the economy of the region, but the mentality of the region. They tie it to state identity, like the Friends of Coal Bowl, like putting a big piece of coal out there for the football players to rub as they're running out onto the field. Buying Little League baseball fields in coal community, having coal festivals. Also tying it in with things like masculinity in the coal fields. You don't want to be there's nothing manly about working on a solar panel farm. You want to be a coal miner. You want to go down underground and you want to do what's tough. And this kind of attitude. And of course, they've kept this out of the history books. They've kept it out of the classroom. So people didn't learn about this. And when you only hear the coal industry version of the history of the state, well, then your mentality is going to be different. If you don't know that a lot of these things are going on, then you're only going to tout the coal company line, and that's this. It's that they create this mentality, and it was created over the course of many decades, and that's not easy to break. It's not easy to break.
Well, here's a question from the audience. Let's see if you can read that.
Where did you all find the strength to continue with all the obstacles you faced? For me, it was not an issue of strength. My great-grandfather was Frank Keeney, who was president of the United Mine Workers and the State Federation of Labor. Whenever I would begin to think that I had serious obstacles, I thought about the obstacles that he faced. He was evicted from his home. He lived in a tent colony for a year during the Paint Creek and Cabin Creek strike, when his wife was pregnant, by the way, with their third child. They had 2 kids, and she was pregnant with another child while they were living in tents along Paint Creek and Cabin Creek in the midst of shootouts, death threats, and all this other stuff. So whenever I would start to feel sorry for myself, I would begin to think about what my great-grandfather went through. And okay, you know, what I'm going through is not quite so tough. I'm not living in a tent. At best, I'm helping to recreate a tent in the Mine Wars Museum. So that's what I had to endure, and what us at Friends of Blair Mountain endure was not anything close to what coal miners had to endure 100 years ago. So I didn't think about that. I was just push on through and get it done.
Right. Well, you mentioned the mine guard theory you have, and the way we've been conditioned. But the fact is, coal isn't a very big employer anymore.
Correct.
So what's the answer? What do we do about this? What do you think?
Well, obviously the industry is on a major downturn. One of the things that's problematic is the alternative solutions that people are looking for. Obviously, the natural gas industry isn't pulling just about the same amount of people as coal right now. It's within about 1,000 people. And in fact, natural gas might be slightly more than coal. I believe about 2 years ago, there was 1,000 more coal miners than there were natural gas workers. The natural gas is coming in big. But as Ken Ward Jr. points out in some of his journalism on the topic, it's basically almost a rerun of the coal industry takeover. A lot of the things that the natural gas industry is doing is the same thing that the coal industry was doing 100 years ago. So this, it's more than just getting away from coal, but getting away from extractive fossil fuel industries. And I think that there are a number of groups that are trying to do that. I think the younger generations are trying to do that. A lot of younger people that are in West Virginia now are trying to get us away from that mentality. I'm hoping that our efforts with Blair Mountain Battlefield and with the Mine Wars Museum is a way of re-educating the public and getting them to look for different alternatives. But nonetheless, it's going to be difficult. You often hear the phrase just transition. I have to say, I kind of reject that phrase because I don't think it's appropriate because we missed the boat on just transition by 30 years. Okay, by 30 years ago, when we still had 30,000 coal miners, that was the time to do a just transition. At this point, the communities are already decimated. Schools have already closed down. Population has already left. There's only a remnant in coal country of what there once was. So I think coming into it now, after all the devastation, and say it's going to be a just transition is a little bit denying reality. It's not that we can't look to try to find jobs for the coal miners that are left, but saying that waiting until 90% of the workforce is gone, the majority of the infrastructure is gone, the environment's already damaged, and then giving them a few solar panel jobs and saying that's a just transition isn't quite what I would call a just transition. It's a little bit condescending, I think, to people in coal country. So there has to be a transition, and we have to make do as best as we can with what we have. And that's not saying that we're going to build some kind of sustainability paradise or anything like that, but we can create more jobs with solar panels than we can with coal mines, many more jobs. There's some over 400,000 jobs in solar panel farms in the United States now, while there's less than 70,000 in coal. So You could create a lot more jobs putting solar panel farms on old mountaintop removal sites, but we have to deal with the absentee landowners that are mostly fossil fuel connected. And that land isn't going to be developed until the land ownership maybe changes plans, or you get some of these big landowners to change how they want to invest. So there are significant problems, but I do think that a lot of people are wanting to move forward in a lot of ways.
Right. Well, I think this question will give you an opportunity maybe to talk more about the museum and encourage people to see it, because you're in a new location now, right?
Yes, the Mine Wars Museum. I didn't get a chance to talk about this much in the talk. There's saving Blair Mountain, such a big topic, and it's so tough to deal with. And I have a whole chapter on this, though. We created in 2015 the Mine Wars Museum. Most of those artifacts are housed at the Mine Wars Museum. Last fall, we moved out of our old space and we began moving into a new space. It's in the same town in Matewan. In fact, it's right across the street, but it's much, much bigger. It's owned by the union. The building we were originally in, it was 100 years old, which was great because it was authentic, but it was also awful because it was mold and mildew and structural problems. We were having trouble keeping our artifacts clean and keeping them well preserved. So we needed to move over to a building that's got modern structure and it's all in good shape. So we moved across. In fact, we just reopened yesterday with a whole new design, much bigger design, and you can find all kinds of Blair Mountain artifacts that were collected by Kenny King. You can look at the very bullet shell casings that were fired. We have replicas of the actual bombs that they dropped. Just all kinds of, we've got General Bandholtz, the general that came down when federal troops were sent in. We have his personal effects, like his boots that he wore and some other things like that, as well as artifacts from Pink Creek and Cabin Creek, Matewan, Sid Hatfield's badge, all kinds of really neat things that are connected. So come to Matewan, check out the museum at wvminewars.com or on Facebook. You can Google us and find us pretty easy and come down there. We're keeping CDC guidelines and only 10 people at a time in the museum. Hopefully that'll change. And next year, of course, there's going to be the Blair Mountain Centennial, a whole weekend of events. Next Labor Day weekend, in fact, 2021, there's going to be like 4 or 5 days of Blair Mountain events all throughout the southern coal counties, Logan, Mingo, McDowell, Kanawha, Boone. So keep an eye open for that also.
Yeah, I may have to change the date of our symposium so I can go to that.
Or maybe you all can hook it in some way or something.
Yeah, we'll work something out.
Yeah.
And again, they can get the book at WVUpressonline.com.
Yes. Pre-order it now. Yeah.
Pre-order, right. And Chuck, thank you. Excellent.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate everybody that tuned in on a nice sunny day and stayed in to watch. So love the symposium. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your perseverance. Take care. Okay, I see Dr. Fain is in. Can you hear me, Dr. Fain? There he is. I'm gonna put him up here while I read his introduction. Hi, how are you?
Hey, good, Sean. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm good.
Yeah, good.
It's
been a robust day for you.
Yeah. We've had a few tech problems, but we're getting through it, and things are going smoothly. So hopefully they'll continue. Dr. Cicero Fain is professor of history at the College of Southern Maryland. Previous to that position, he worked as a professor at Niagara University in New York, assistant professor at Ohio University, Ironton, Ohio, and assistant professor at Marshall University, where he was the recipient of the Carter G. Woodson Fellowship. His book, Black Huntington, An Appalachian Story, explores how Huntington's booming economy and relatively tolerant racial climate attracted African Americans from across Appalachia and the South. And he's going to tell you more about that book and some other things. And I'm going to help him with the PowerPoint like I did with Chuck. So hopefully that'll go well. And here is Dr. Cicero Fain.
All right. Well, wow. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Walls. It's a pleasure to be here for the Reuther-Pollack Symposium, the fourth iteration of it. I do believe It's a pleasure to be here. It's great following Chuck, and it's great to be involved with the other panelists, or excuse me, the other presenters today. I'm going to really talk about, as best I can, this transition of Black laborers from the immediate post-emancipation era, where these former slaves, of course, are now leaving plantations in Virginia, and now transitioning to the wage capitalist system. And I wanted to kind of center my talk really on the construction of the C&O Railroad through the New River Valley, which is going to connect Richmond, Virginia to eventually to Huntington, West Virginia, which is the subject of my book. And by the way, here's the book. So, and I also want to announce that I got a haircut today, special for the occasion, Sean. So hair was getting a little unruly there. So in any event, if you wouldn't mind switching to that next slide, and we'll move on. So I should have said, this prehistory, that's a kind of loosey term. In a retrospect, I wish I had used a different term. But in any event, my whole purpose here is to kind of illuminate the fact that African Americans, laborers, have been in Western Virginia and West Virginia, what would become West Virginia, from the early to mid 1800s. John Steele, in his book Canal Valley Salt Mines, really talks a great deal, illuminates the critical nature of African American laborers to the salt mines. I do believe the Booker T. Washington, could that be? I mean, perhaps worked there for a while. The construction of the Virginia Central Railroad Company as well. I have a quote here: was accomplished with pick and shovel, the brawn of Negro laborers, and the hauling power of mules. The construction gangs had no dump carts, still steam drills, or modern blasting powder. And so, for the most part, this is important to recognize the presence, the contributions, the sacrifices, the labor of African Americans to Central Appalachia is important to be reminded of. And certainly the prospect of gainful employment in the aftermath of the Civil War and the construction of eventually what would begin the construction of the railroad, the Chesapeake and Ohio. The primary impetus for Black migration into West Virginia, into Central Appalachia and into West Virginia, would be the prospect of gainful employment. They're not looking necessarily, the primary objective is not political or legal standing. That's an affiliated aspect of it, of course, and an affiliated aspiration, but the primary goal is to get gainful employment so that they can move up the economic ladder, stabilize their households and things like that. Next slide, please, Sean. So if at all possible, if you could zoom in, Sean, it shows the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad coming from, and I don't know if you can at all, but if you see the upper track, that is the Chesapeake and Ohio coming through the New River Valley, coming from Virginia, continuing on through the New River Valley, and then going terminating in Huntington at that time. Huntington would be a transshipment point for the railroad. The bottom track is actually the North Fork and Western Railroad, which would also open up the region, Central Appalachia, the Southern West Virginia coal fields, Southwest Virginia, Eastern Kentucky. And both of those would be the catalyst for Huntington's remarkable growth during the late 19th and early 20th century. Next slide, please. And so the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad, I would imagine that most of you know that Collis P. Huntington was, the industrialist, the visionary. Collis P. Huntington initiated the industrialization of Southern West Virginia, and really in 1869. But it should be said that, his quest was emblematic of the rise of railroads nationwide in the post-emancipation Reconstruction era and post-Reconstruction era. Northern capitalists really view the construction of railroads as engines of regional economic growth. And so do these industrialists. And so the concerted efforts, banking entities, industrialists, help to, and of course, the laboring class are going to eventually coalesce and go around successfully complete these railroads. The interesting thing about the Chesapeake and Ohio to me is that the employment of many former Confederate officers to oversee, Black workers, which I can only imagine had to be fraught with some tense exchanges and circumstances. Now, the railroad will link Richmond to the Ohio River. It's going to travel through the primeval New River Valley. More than a dozen tunnels were projected, aggregating 24,000 linear feet. More than 4.5 miles would be the outcome of that. An enormous amount of dirt and stone had to be removed. Miles of roadbed adjacent to the rivers had to be lifted above flood level. And so it's going to require hundreds, if not thousands of workers. Certainly throughout the course of it, a bunch, significant amounts. It's going to be backbreaking, arduous, dangerous work, especially the tunnel construction. I have a quote in my book that essentially 6 hammer men worked 12-hour shifts, needed a full day to bore enough holes for just one blast, which advanced the heading by just 10 feet. And so this is exceedingly difficult work. Fatalities are believed to be incredibly high. Tunnel fever, silicosis, caused by the fetid dust from nitroglycerin explosions and poor ventilation, killed many. 83,000 pounds of nitroglycerin was used in the tunnel construction. And it should be noted that nitroglycerin was so dangerous during this era that the Nitroglycerin Act of 1869 expressly forbid the use of nitroglycerin without the approval of the U.S. Secretary of State. Thank you. Next slide, please, John. Folks know, if there's one person that folks are aware of is John Henry in his battle. John Henry was emblematic of this shift, this contest between a man trying to reclaim some sense of his own dignity and not necessarily be a slave to the capitalist wage system and the advent of the industrial era. There is some evidence that convict labor was used in the construction of the C&O Railroad. Irish and African Americans would die in large numbers in a 3-year construction of the Big Bend Tunnel, which is where John Henry worked. And it kind of reminded me of Dr. Ken Bailey's influential study on which he talked about a judicious mixture in which Negroes and immigrants in the West Virginia coal mines, 1880 and 1917. I'm sure Chuck would know about this. In which, it was the coal company's objective to divide and conquer. And so by pitting immigrants, Negroes, Anglos against each other, in large ways, you could better control them. And to some extent, I think that dynamic existed within the construction of the of the C&O Railroad. One of the eventual black migrants who would come to Huntington and work in the C&O yards worked on the construction of the Big Bend Tunnel. And he recalled, this is his quote. He essentially says that no one knows how many men or mules died in the construction of the Big Bend Tunnel. But in spite of the loss of life, and certainly it could even be said because of it, the tunnel advances. The construction of the C&O advances. In 1871, the C&O employed 5,000 black laborers. The vast majority, new to the mandates and strictures of the wage capitalist system, so many were leaving Virginia, Central Virginia, to seek employment on the railroad that the Charlottesville Chronicle complained that the railroad was drawing off all the Negro labor from Virginia. Now, certainly there was hyperbole, but at the same time, it was significant enough to be remarked on. Now, I don't know how many people know that Huntington was actually founded in 1871. And it was founded as a transshipment point for the C&O Railroad, where it would allow for the transportation of goods, materials, people from Richmond through the valley, and then, of course, ending at Huntington, where it could connect to the Ohio River. The C&O would eventually expand on over to Cincinnati, but that would be sometime later. That fall in 1971, Huntington was founded, I believe, in February. That fall, in conjunction with the building of the Huntington shops and the Huntington yard, it would employ, C&O would employ roughly 1,000 men in and around the town. Not 1,000 black men, but 1,000 men. Next slide, please. So the C&O was completed. Huntington was founded in 1871. C&O was completed in 1873. And all along the way, it is opening up. It is, towns spring up adjacent to the railroad. Many of them become black enclaves. And the significance of the opening up of the New River Valley cannot be overstated. It opens up nearly 420 miles of railroad. It opens up access to King coal, with Huntington the primary nexus for the transportation of that coal. Soon a trainload of coal arrived into the city every midnight before being loaded onto boats and transported down the Ohio River. Interestingly enough, though, and so let me take a step back here. In essence, then, Huntington has become a leading generator of job opportunity for people of all walks. And it's going to increasingly attract African American black migrants into the city, as well, from Central Virginia, as well as those black residents who have long resided across the river on Ohio and down the river in Kentucky. Now, unfortunately, the completion of the C&O coincides with the Depression of 1873. This is a significant depression, and it impacts the black labor force within the C&O. They receive no pay for 6 months. Script is used. The interesting thing for me, though, is that there's no evidence of any labor strife during this period, and I really contend that in large measure, blacks being at the bottom of the occupational ladder didn't really have much clout to wage some type of labor strife. They were the decision, the rational decision would be, we will work this out. We'll be persistent. We'll be patient. And the bottom line is, this is still a better situation than where we came from. Now, it should be said, though, that even there is a recognition that the CNO is responsive to this economic downturn. I mean, they don't not pay their workers. They do give them script. So script can be used. It is recognized as a form of currency. And so, you know, it is a good situation for many of those workers, as opposed to not being paid at all. In 1873, the CNO goes into receivership. It becomes the CNO Railway. It should be said that those African Americans, in my book, I talk about this transition from the agricultural-based society, which existed prior to the CNO Railroad coming, and African Americans working on farms and unskilled positions, perhaps some skilled positions. There's a gradual shift, though, as African Americans increasingly move over to the railroad jobs. But again, they're locked at the bottom. They're doing the most dangerous, they're doing the most arduous, and they're doing the most monotonous work. And it's, as a point to this, to really give some light to this situation. In 1880, the second leading cause of accidental death for men between the ages of 20 and 60 within the Ohio Valley was railroad-related accidents. Thank you, Sean. Next slide. So here's a picture, driving still. And it essentially says that the caption says, blacks from the rural areas of the upper South helped to lay track for the Chesapeake and Ohio River through the New River Valley, connecting Richmond to Huntington. This is a retrieve from John Henry, the Still Driving Man, courtesy of the CNO Historical Society, Clifton, Virginia. Next slide, please. This is from Ron Lewis's article, From Peasant to Proletariat, the Migration of Southern Blacks to the Central Appalachian Coal Fields. And it illuminates the massive numbers of the spread, the geographic expanse in which blacks are increasingly shifting into moving to work as well as reside within Central Appalachia, affiliated with the rise of the coal fields. And you can see that it impacts, you know, not only West Virginia, Central West Virginia, Southern West Virginia, but also Southwest Virginia and Eastern Kentucky, extending on down really into Northern Tennessee. Next slide, please. In his study of African Americans in West Virginia, historian Joe Trotter found that only about 21% of the state's blacks lived in southern counties in 1880. And the reason is that most blacks, significant numbers of blacks, in the aftermath of the Civil War and garnering their freedom, leave West Virginia. And they leave Southern Virginia, Southwest Virginia, and Eastern Kentucky. And so you have a decrease in population between 1865 through really about 1880. Things begin to tick up a little bit from that point on, but you can see it increases and continues to increase from 1880 up until Joe Trotter study here in 1910. From 1880, we have roughly 20% of the state's blacks lived in southern counties. By 1910, that figure had climbed to 63%. And in conjunction with Black migration into southern West Virginia, thousands of European immigrants also settled into this region. Southern West Virginia's population increased dramatically throughout the region from approximately 80,000 in 1880 to nearly 300,000 in 1910. The immigrant population from Southern, Central, and Eastern Europe grew from 1,400 in 1880 to 18,000, 6% of the total in 1910. Interestingly, African American growth outpaced foreign growth, expanding from 4,800 in 1880 to over 40,000 in 1910. So, thank you. And I have a graph here of the numbers. My study goes from 1871 to 1929. By that time, Huntington is the largest city in the state. Next slide, please. And I also show you a slide of the population growth of Huntington. And then another slide taking us on up to 1930. One thing I do want to point out is even though the Black population, what occurs is that the numbers of Blacks from 1910 to 1930 increase, but their percentage of the population, total population, stays stable, and in fact decreases from 12% to 6% from 1890 to 1930. What essentially is happening is, there's the white population is growing, and so in essence, by 1930, Huntington is one of the whitest cities in the nation for city its size. As you can see, 94% white population. And so it is notable that Blacks are able to achieve things within Huntington and within, I should be said, Southern West Virginia, even though the numbers are small. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of Huntington in 1873. Pretty primitive, but I think it illuminates, a starting point for what Huntington was, and then we can show the next slide, which I think it illuminates what Huntington will become. And this is the interior shop of the C&O machine shops in Huntington. I think this picture is about, I want to say 1940. So it's a little bit after my study. But what's important about this picture and what is important about the C&O arrival in Huntington is that it helps to create and generate other industries, manufacturing, industrial, the rise of other manufacturing industrial shops and businesses into the city. And so, Huntington becomes, in essence, the economic engine for Southern West Virginia. It also becomes, in large measure, the cultural hub of Southern West Virginia. It is a fascinating thing to have studied and to have learned just how progressive Huntington was in its social engagement, a social environment. There still was, of course, benevolent segregation that existed in West Virginia, but I don't really get a sense that there was significant racial strife. There were certainly flare-ups that's going to occur really in the early part of the 20th century. But I don't, but there's not a history of racial strife within the city. In large measure, I think blacks were content to be off in their segregated environments. They enjoyed being amongst themselves. And so certainly in their domestic and their family and the social engagements, they relished that type of dynamic. Next slide, please. You might not be doing this. Okay, well, this is unfortunate, but I understand it. This essentially is a slide that gives you a breakdown of the various occupations that existed within Huntington in 1880, and I can summarize it for you. Essentially, that the important thing here is that even though blacks are locked in at the occupational ladder, at the bottom of the occupational ladder, there are increasing opportunities because of the diversification of work opportunities, diversification of industries. And so you can shift from being a farmer to a blacksmith to a barber. You can shift from being a farmer to a laborer, a skilled laborer, or perhaps a fireman. And so because of this kind of fluidity of opportunities, this provides a optimistic ecosystem for blacks to operate within. Yes, they're locked at the bottom of many of the jobs that they do take. And in fact, at Ensign, at one company, I have a record that shows that of the 4 blacks that they employed, they were all junior janitors. They weren't full-fledged janitors. They didn't use the term janitor, but they were at the bottom of the janitorial staff. And so, this again gives you some idea of the fact that they're locked in at the bottom. But if you can shift from one job or garner another job in addition to the job that you have, and you can garner wages, and you can slowly but surely move up. You can feed your family, you can stabilize your homestead, and you can move up the economic ladder and have your children move up. These are really positive outcomes. Next slide, please. And so I kind of talked about this. As regards I kind of give an overview of the social cultural milieu. As far as the Huntington labor situation, so we've got a number of, as I mentioned earlier, many blacks are seeking and gaining employment on the C&O Railroad. They then are going to shift over to where do we live? And so they then come to Huntington, and considering that there were black enclaves across the river in Burlington, there were black enclaves in Ironton, Ohio. And so it's not a bad place to settle. Huntington's labor situation is that the primary class of black labor is unskilled and semi-skilled labor. They are locked at the bottom socially, politically, and occupationally. But as I said before, but growing diversification of employment and entrepreneurial options opens up opportunity to acquire income, move up the economic ladder, and create stable households. Now, it should be said, folks know that West Virginia has a history of work stoppages. In 1880, we had 22 work stoppages were reported in West Virginia, placing the state 8th from the top in a ranking of all states. I have a footnote here. I don't know what that seems the leading cause of death. Oh, that was related to the earlier fact that I had about the rural deaths was the leading cause of death. So forgive that, please. Regarding the racial situation, certainly in the early the late 19th, early 20th century, I don't have really any evidence of racial animosities and violence breaking out between working class blacks and whites in Huntington. There are examples of racial animosities and violence between the two groups, but I don't have it related necessarily to. They seem to be more socially, politically motivated manifestations of tensions and fault lines, as opposed to them being related to ongoing labor disputes or conflicts. Now, that could certainly be because it's just folks didn't write it down. It certainly wouldn't behoove a company to write down that there were conflicts between the workers. This is a primarily still oral generation for most African Americans, and so they may talk about it with their peers or at school or at church, but they're not writing it down. The newspapers don't seem to record it either, and so that doesn't, even though I haven't found any evidence of it, doesn't mean that it didn't exist. Petty squabbles, even more severe squabbles, fights even could break out, but that doesn't mean it's going to make it to the press. I don't have any evidence of Black initiated strikes or work actions in Huntington for the entirety of my study. There's also no evidence of a Black or interracial working class reform movement, and which did exist in the southern West Virginia coal fields, where Black coal miner Richard L. Davis, as the head of the National Board of United Mine Workers, attempted to forge an interracial trade unionism. There is no evidence of any effort of interracial working class activism or trade unionism in Huntington. We do see interracial working class activism and trade unionism, for instance, in Richmond, but we don't see that in Huntington. And that, to me, is a very interesting development. Next slide, please. Okay, let me go back then, Sean, if at all possible. One of the things that I contend is that I don't want to paint a picture of Huntington as being the African American experience there being one of folks singing Kumbaya around the campfire every day, all day. There were fault lines, there were class schisms. And so there were increasingly, as you have the rise of a Black middle class, it's a small one, a professional class. What seems to occur is that there's no real articulated effort by the Black middle class or professional class to come to the aid of the Black working class in a concerted, formal way. And so there are class divides between the Black population within Huntington, which helps to erode any type of unified effort to attack the labor situation, the fact that they're at the bottom of the occupational ladder. There's also doesn't seem to be any overtures from the white population to recognize that, hey, look, if we combine our efforts, if we align our aspirations and articulate our grievances as a united front, perhaps we can get these employers to be much more responsive to our needs and our grievances. And so in essence, then, neither side seems to have felt strongly enough. Neither one could overcome the racial divide to align themselves in a labor in a unified labor aspiration or goal. Now, with that being said, Blacks do move up the economic ladder. They are they seem to have become content with their station in life economically. They will attempt to make inroads politically. They will certainly push boundaries socially, but they don't make many advances. That first generation of Black Huntingtonians, their primary objective seems to be, let's rally around the domestic arena. Let's ensure that our families have enough wherewithal to then, by the second generation, move into this professional class, and then they will take the mantle to challenge the status quo, benevolent segregation in a much more concerted and differing manner than an effective manner than what we can. And so, next slide, please. And so, in essence, then, my work really chronicles the contributions of helping Huntington become the state's most populated city by 1930. Behind Charleston, it has the second largest African American population. And that working class, even if they do lack concerted power to challenge the political status quo, they do at least, and importantly, establish a stable foundation in which you can have the rise of a Black middle class that will engage in purposeful action to address and to ameliorate the social, political, and economic strengths that are present. It is important to recognize that West Virginia, while West Virginia was progressive, and in fact, in comparison to the Deep South, Black leaders of the era are unabashed in their call to Southern Blacks to come to West Virginia. Here you have the franchise. Here you can find gainful employment. Here you can engage in social relations. Here you can find purpose, because we still need Black institutions. There's still a need for Black engagement in the political arena. Here you can move up the economic ladder. And so here, in essence, you can affect positive change. Here you don't have to necessarily fear for your life. And so these are all significant draws for increasing Black migration into Southern West Virginia and into the state. And so while many Black West Virginians, while many Black Huntingtonians and by extension Black West Virginians were constrained by Jim Crowism, especially at the municipal level, the remarkable progress made by the Black working class, their sacrifices, their strength, their courage, their persistence to achieve the full measure of their efforts, aspirations, and citizenship is notable. And that's really why I wanted to write the book, to give homage to these folks and their contributions to the rise of Huntington, to African American history within the city and within the region, and even within Central Appalachia. And so I'll end it there then, Sean, and hopefully we'll get some questions from the audience.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me turn this a little bit. This is when you try to use two monitors.
Yeah. Well, I at least wanted to say I didn't give a shout out to the audience. Thank you, folks, for attending. It's appreciated. As Chuck mentioned, it's a nice afternoon out there, and I'm sure you could have found something else to do. But I appreciate you zooming in, or streaming in. as the case may be.
Yeah. So I have a question. You mentioned Jim Crowism in Huntington at the municipal level, and of course that was the case here in Wheeling as well.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder, was it? You say it was more attractive to African Americans? Did you mean Huntington itself, or the whole state? Maybe you could go into a little.
My contention would be that West Virginia as a state was a more attractive destination than the Deep South. I mean, being mindful that there were constraints, benevolent, the phrase benevolent segregation is one that we need to be mindful of. The state establishes Black institutions that are separate, but ostensibly supposed to be equal. They employ Black people, Black professionals in these Black institutions. Again, the franchise, if you think about what's going on in the Deep South in this era, the efforts to constrict and constrain Black voting power, Black economic opportunity, and aspiration. If you think about that, and then you think about what's here, the lack of that. Now, I will say this: Wheeling is, you're different. There is unquestionably a strain of racism that exists in Southern West Virginia, an implicit bias that I think that exists. In my book, I talk about the disproportional number of Black men in the incarceration rates, the disproportionate numbers of Black Southerners who are imprisoned within the state. That to me is an example of racist actions. Now, being mindful that, of course, there's a significant Black population there, but the disproportionality of the numbers, of the percentages of the Black population versus that within the prison, to me is an indicator that there's still some challenges to exerting and experiencing the full measure of your freedom, much more so than in the Deep South, Deep Southern West Virginia, than in other locales.
Well, here's a question from the audience. Let me put that up on the screen for you.
Good. No. I mean, no. That's a good question. Thank you for that. To what extent Huntington ever had Black political clout is, seemingly perhaps the 60s and 50s and 60s. It's an interesting thing when you say political clout. How do you define that? Do you define it in terms of garnering political, do you define it in terms of garnering political positions within the municipal government? Because, I can be the head of the sanitation bureau, which, gives me some authority, but does it translate into political clout? I think it could be said that now there are, I think, in Huntington, a fairly robust presence of African-American Black Huntingtonians on the city council. I think in large measure, in Huntington currently, I think Marshall, Cabell Huntington Hospital, and perhaps the city are the drivers. And I think part of the challenge for Black Huntingtonians currently is how to actualize, to get the city, Marshall, and Cabell Huntington to actually listen to their aspirations and and be responsive to them.
Just a compliment from one of the audience members.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So one final thing here in Wheeling, of course, founded much earlier than Huntington. I didn't know Huntington, you said 1871?
Yes, yes.
So do you think that had, so Wheeling, although it was not really, there weren't a lot of slaves in Wheeling.
Sure.
The few that were household.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a major slave market, as I'm sure you know, that sold slaves south. And people could escape from slavery here, and the Underground Railroad was right across the river in Ohio. And during Jim Crow, a lot of African Americans went to Ohio for work and a better life in Cleveland and places like that. But do you think because Huntington was founded later, that it made a cultural difference? Just curious.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question, interesting thought. It is one of the points I would make to that question is that there is a fluidity of influx. And so you've got the old guard, you know, from perhaps coming from Southern West Virginia, who are perhaps holding on to some outdated racist ideas. But again, you also got an influx of new blood who may not be so fixated in their racial ideas. That doesn't mean they're necessarily pro-black, but that doesn't mean their animus is so strong. Because of the fluidity and the growth that takes place, I think everyone realizes there's enough opportunity here for all of us if we kind of recognize our lanes, so to speak. You know, I cannot, you know, as a Black Huntingtonian, I will respect the fact that the social milieu is still one in which I have to, what's the word? Recognize my station. But there's also the fascinating thing to me about this is, and Sean, hopefully it kind of helps to illuminate your question about this kind of this fluidity of populations and ideologies coming through. They're working through some things. Yeah. I think one of the fascinating developments is the adherence of and the fact that there's a law, that the law doesn't seem to be discriminatory. If you committed a crime, whether black or white, we're going to arrest you. We're going to charge you and prosecute you. And in conjunction with that, we're going to, if you are a black person who has committed a crime, we're going and the white population takes exception to it, and wants to engage in extra legal action, we're going to protect that black person, because we're going to be a city of laws, not of extra legal lynching mobs.
Right.
And so I think because of that, there is a sense of security that exists among both black and white population. And I think that's important. I mean, I have examples in which there's in the late 1890s. My next book is I'm working on a book in which it's called Buffalo Soldier, Deserter, Criminal: The Remarkably Complicated Life of Charles Ringo. And he comes to Huntington, and I'll give you the short version, just because I just want to, kind of build some interest in the next book. But it's a fascinating story. This guy is something else. But he comes to Huntington. He marries a lady from Ironton who was recently widowed. Her husband died on the railroad, matter of fact. She's a widower of 3 children. Within weeks of settling into Huntington, Ringo marries this lady. Within 2 months of marrying her, her 2 youngest children are found drowned in the Ohio River. Ringo, being an outsider, is immediately fingered for the crime. And over the course of a couple of weeks, he's arrested. He somehow escapes the authorities, hops on a train, and is caught in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And the authorities catch him reportedly as when a white hobo is attempting to cut off his chains, his shackles, the handcuffs. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because he's transported back to Huntington, and the newspapers report that there's a mob, they say of 2,000 people, which is probably, again, an exaggeration. But they say there's a mob there waiting to lynch him. The authorities protect him. And the authorities protect him not only from when he arrives in Huntington, but I think they protect him from when he arrives in Barbersville, which is a city just a few miles outside of Huntington. But they also protect him from Barbersville into Huntington, where he's eventually put into the jail. And so to me, that has got to be reassuring for folks who are insecure about their social station writ large. There's still some strong racial tensions within the region and the nation, and there's still terrorist actions being taken by the KKK throughout the South, and there is a KKK presence within the general Huntington vicinity. And so that to me, it makes Huntington again interesting.
Yeah.
So I hope did that help answer the question?
Very good. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
It was an excellent answer.
Thank you.
Tell people again how they can get your book.
Well, if you are, you can go on Amazon.com, but if you want it signed, if you want me to have an inscription in it, just contact me at the College of Southern Maryland. My email is cmfain at csmd.edu. I'll say it again, cmfain at csmd.edu. Let me know that you like to order the book. I'm selling it for $25, which includes an inscription, and so that includes also the shipping cost. And then that way you save basically I'm selling it to you at cost, and it saves you a little bit of a bundle. Because I think it's selling for $29.99 at Amazon, perhaps. I haven't checked it. So, and through the publisher, I think it's $29.99. So I'll save you a few bucks. You get an inscription, and we can take some money away from the giant conglomerate of Amazon.
There you go.
Yeah, so
good advice. And if anyone has a problem getting in touch with you, I can help. They know how to get to me, so I can connect.
Okay, fantastic. Fantastic.
All right.
Well, yeah. Thanks you, Sean. I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you to the audience for tuning in. Thank you for the question and your interest. I'll be in Charleston. I'm filming a session for Charleston, a little lecture series. I think it's Monday the 14th. I'm there, but I don't think it's open up to the audience, but it will be streamed. And I'm also doing a Fairmont State has me streaming on. I'll be talking about the rise of the Black middle class. I believe. No, I'll be reading from the book on September 16th.
Okay. So there you have it. Thank you, Dr. Fain. Excellent. And thank you to all of our guests today and everyone who watched. We will put these videos online for you individually so that it's easier to navigate and you don't have to sit through all the boring parts that I was responsible for.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a great symposium, and we overcame this obstacle of having to do it online pretty well, all things considered. So Thanks to everyone, and have a great weekend and a happy Labor Day. And we'll see you next year.
All right. Bye-bye. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Dr. Fain.